Alright guys, BLM here, back another live stream. Okay, just trying to get everything up real quick. Anyway, playing more Ishin. Obviously we have Survivor, Big Brother Canada, Amazing Race, The Circle, Deal or No Deal Island, Challenge All Stars 4, a lot of stuff still. Why congratulations, Bailey? Because she pretty much has the game won at this point. I think if she gets to the end, she is like 1,000,000,000% winning. And at this point, I think she has the fate, like she has the odds of getting there as well. Now I do think people are like shitting on Anthony's move a bit too much in getting rid of Victoria. Where I think like now, like having seen what actually happened, and now like I think the move of getting rid of Victoria is not as bad as I thought it was last stream. However, I think the way he does it isn't great. Like I think from a jury management perspective, I think he is really mishandling it. But yeah, I mean, in terms of Survivor, like kind of whatever episode, like the Liz stuff was obviously great. Outside of the Liz stuff, I felt like this was a pretty lackluster episode. Obviously, like 99% of it was fucking Applebee's. Like, legitimately, like what? Like 40% of the episode was probably like an Applebee's like commercial. Like that wasn't great. I do. It was like funny how much of it there was, but like I think as a whole, like to me, I was kind of underwhelmed with this episode, especially considering like there was a lot of like promotion for it, and I guess it just turns out it was for the Liz stuff. But like again, the Liz stuff was fun, but it's like it's not like enough to make this like a really great episode. Bad episode for Kenzie, like slightly, but like she's still winning though. Like really, who was it even a good episode for? It's not like you sub. Well, that's not great. What is this? Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, I've seen the clip. Well, I mean, this was in the episode, wasn't it? I saw it in the daily as well. But yeah. Okay, it was a good episode for Maria, but it's like it's after like a long string of like not great stuff for Maria. I wouldn't say it's a great episode for Charlie. I wouldn't say it's a bad episode for Charlie either, but I wouldn't say it's a great episode for Charlie. It was just a nothing episode for Charlie. Oh, you got your account back. Well, there we go. Like really, for me, it's like I think the season's pretty much done. I think it's a Kenzie win. We'll see how like if anything changes that moving forward. But again, I'm pretty locked in on that. I do think Charlie's still the number 2, but it's like still not like fully there. I mean, really, my power ranking is pretty much exactly the same. Like nothing's really changed. I still have been at 3. I still like again. There's an outside chance, but like not really. Maria is 4. Again, I thought this was a good episode for her, but it's too late. I mean, there's just too much already like to detract her from being the winner at this point. Where if anything, I think this is maybe like giving like a bit of false hope from like a runner-up edit sort of thing, of like trying to prop them up towards the very end of the season to make it seem like they can actually win. Because I do feel like Maria is runner-up. I think it's Kenzie. Like I think Kenzie wins, Maria runner-up, then either Liz or Venus final. Like 0 vote finals. I think right now I might lean Liz. Just because she is obviously getting a lot more content now. Whereas actually really something that's kind of weird is that like she does still have the lowest confessional count, but she's actually tied with Maria at this point, which I don't think you would necessarily think that. What if it's Q, Ben, Venus at the end? That's not happening. Again, Q is not getting to the end. Like 0% chance Q is getting to the end. Like, if Q got to the end, it would be a pretty abnormal edit for, like, a modern runner-up. Like, we've had runner-ups in the past that had this style of edit in like, Philip. like maybe you can compare him to Coach, but not even that. I think Coach is definitely given a lot more complexity and like a lot more like positivity in his complexity. I don't think he's making it to the end. This being zero vote finalist would be weird considering how sympathetic they made her in this episode. Carolyn was a zero vote finalist. Like Jake was a zero vote finalist. It had a whole bunch of sympathetic content. Owen was zero vote finalist. It had a whole bunch of sympathetic content. Like that's kind of a trope of zero like vote finalists nowadays, is to have a whole bunch of sympathetic content. Like Romeo had a whole bunch of sympathetic content based around his background. Xander. So like, I mean, like literally everybody in the new era has had like at least like content to where like you're supposed to like them. Yeah, Xander's fat. I guess that's his sympathetic content. But Xander's is weird because like obviously that was in the finale too. But I think with Xander it's more so the fact that like they tried to make you think he was a good player. Better Big Brother player Spicy Veer Suri. Like it's not even close. Like they're doing a top 10 Survivor players who went out with an idol in their pocket. I just think it's arbitrary. Like I think like, yeah, I mean either way I think it's arbitrary. I mean like I feel like it's a video that would probably get views, but I just don't feel like it's that interesting of a ranking. Especially if we're doing players. Like I guess if we're like narrowing it down to specifically how they played on the season they got idol like voted out with the idol in their pocket, it's better. But if it's just general player, then that's like really, really pointless. But yeah, the other one's like, okay, I'll at least consider it, but I don't know. It's not something I'm like dying to do. Does Todd have any chance of winning? Sitting against Lexus? Actually, really, even sitting against Anthony and there being like a bitter enough jury. I think Todd, like, there's a chance, but it's like it's a very like not great chance. Anthony, I don't think is winning at this point. Not because I don't think he can win a jury vote necessarily, but I think he is. Again, I just think Bailey is the like by far the front runner at this point. Yeah, I think Bailey beats everybody if she gets to the end, and Bailey also has the cleanest path to the end. Where Anthony is someone that like. I think he, again, at the end, could definitely have a bitter jury and potentially lose to that. I think he also just fundamentally loses to Bailey. And his path to the end is also pretty rocky. I mean, like, he essentially needs, well, I guess he doesn't need, it depends on how the final 4 round plays out. But, like, he's in a spot where, like, I do feel like he, like, I think he would survive this next round if Lexus doesn't win either of the comps. But, like, I think the tough thing is, like, if Lexus wins HOH, like, I think he's pretty much a goner at that point. Especially because, like, the type of veto that is the Final 4 veto is one that he's not particularly great in. But, to be fair, I guess, like, Todd isn't that great in it either. Where it is typically, like, a somewhat physical challenge that has, like, days involved, and I guess like considering the field that we're down to, maybe like someone like Lexus would have a better shot at that. But so I think Anthony's like is definitely in danger at Final 4, depending on how comps play out. I also think at 3, again, like I think the most likely situation at this point is Anthony, Todd, Bailey Final 3. To where, like, that's obviously a spot where he essentially needs to win out. Though, again, like, I guess, like, at this point, like, she would just, like, never doubt Anthony. Considering Anthony, like, just pulls off these, like, insane moves constantly. These moves that, like, shouldn't be able to happen. Where, again, like, the fact that Victoria even went here is pretty insane. Like, this is, like... Again, the fact that he was able to convince Bailey and Todd to go against Spicy is pretty ridiculous. To where it's, like... I think there is, like, some aspect of, like, okay, maybe it's, like, a Kevin Jacobs situation where, like, could he, like, trick Todd into taking him to the end over Bailey? Like, is there a world where that can happen? But, like, I don't think it's looking great. But, again, I think that's probably, like, a decent comparison, though. It's, like, comparing him to Kevin Jacobs at this point. Like, I think that's the position that he's in the game. Where, again, he can win. It's just that like the path there is like definitely a difficult one. Why did Venus get 0 confessionals? I don't like because she probably wasn't that relevant. Like obviously she doesn't like she's not even looped in the plan by the end. Like it's funny because like she was on the show, like we still had content from her. It's just she didn't get any confessionals. I really thought Venus was going home for like the first like up until the immunity challenge. Where like I thought the Q stuff was too obvious. Q wasn't going home. I thought Tiffany and talking about her idol so early was like, oh, she's gonna find out and play her idol. And then we got this like content at the challenge where like she was like making these like digs at Q constantly. I was like, oh, this is like showing her as like super confident she's gonna get taken out, and then like just nothing happened post challenge. So I was like, oh, I guess not. Maze vs. Canada's filming 1 hour away from your house. Well, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I did see the cast. I'm kind of disappointed there's no returnees or anything. It's just another seemingly bland newbie season that just has Kevin Martin on it. Circle was very good. I do think this might end up being my favorite Circle season, or like Circle US season. Where yeah, I think this season's been very good. Again, I thought week 1 was like a slowish start. But yeah, I think like since then it's been pretty good. This content all season have been her being out of the loop and when things go her way. Kind of? I don't know. Has it? All Stars 4, it was fine. It was okay. Still good. Like, I think it's like... I think the thing about All Stars 4 is that it's been a good season. It's been a solid, like, spin-off season. I think the thing that's tough with it is that I just think we're watching better shows around it. For me personally. Like, it's like... I think it's solid, but like, I think I'm enjoying The Circle more than All Stars 4. I think I'm enjoying Survivor currently more. I'm enjoying BB Can 12 more. So I think that's kind of my issue with like All Stars 4 right now, but still good though. Dondi also was pretty good. Interesting result to where again, is it just Boston Rob? Is Boston Rob winning Dondi? Like it's either Boston Rob or Jordan. Again, it'll be funny if Boston Rob wins. But yeah, the episode itself, like, it wasn't as good as last week's, right? Last week was the one where Boston Rob and, like, Stephanie got in the big fight and stuff, right? Like, I think that was a better episode, but this was still a good episode, though. That's on Brandon's run. He was there. I think a bad move to go after Kara. Really, I think a bad move from everybody to go for Kara. Like, I don't understand why, Cam is, like, Cam's entire thing of, like, oh, I need to turn against Kara because she didn't back me with the Ayana thing. That's fucking stupid. Now, I think there are other reasons to go for Kara, but, like, go for her this early, especially when you have, like, you have, like, Laurel there, you have, I don't know, like, Nicole there, you have these other, like, pretty, like, I guess different. Nicole's not really a threat in the final anyway, but, like, still, like, Laurel especially. Like, to think of Kara as, like, the biggest threat there, and, like, going after her when you had, like, an outside game relationship with her is pretty insane to me. As far as it took too fucking long to come out. Yeah, I mean, kind of. Obviously, there was a lot of hype for it. And again, it's good in comparison to, like, recent challenge. But, again, probably could be better. I feel with BB Can 12. I think it's gotten better in the end game. I still feel like, for me, I think the beginning of the season was just a period where, like, I just did not care. And I think, like, really up until this week, really. But, like, I guess, like, Kayla getting targeted. I think the season was, like, had good moments, for sure, but I just did not care. Like, I think just the way that the show is being portrayed, the way that the show is being, like, released through digital dailies and all that stuff, I just did not fucking care. Like, we had a fucking entire week without digital dailies with the Movie Night Massacre and everything. It's like, I don't care about this show. And it's like, again, I think the actual, like, show itself like there is fun stuff there, but I think the overall like experience of watching BB Can 12 has not been that like enjoyable for me. Even though again it's not a bad season, it's a solid season. I mean, like it's probably a, I would say, like again in my BB Can rankings, it's middle tier season. I would say it's better than 7. I would say it's better than obviously 8. I would say it's better than 4. I would say it's better than 11. That might be it, but okay, it's a fine season. I've not watched Quebec at all. I've not watched Quebec since episode 19, where like the links that that I use haven't been updated since episode 19, which even then I wouldn't have probably watched it anyway. But yeah, again, I'll watch it eventually. How is this allowed? What is this? What, are like her like sitting in the fireplace, we're saying? Or like her vaping or what? Which part of it? 12 better than 11? Yeah, I would say so. Not by much though. I think 11 gets really tarnished by like Ty's run at the end, where like that just really sapped all of my enjoyment of the show. Where like I think if it wasn't for that, I would debate it being a better season. But yeah, like I think that definitely soured my overall opinion on it. Oh, did it get updated today? Okay, I'll watch it by the time next stream. Like since last stream, I haven't really had that much time to watch things outside the stuff that are like new that we obviously just talked about. I did finish 44, which to be fair, I was at the finale anyway. But like I did finish 44, my 44 rewatch. And I started the 45 rewatch, even though like I'm kind of realizing there's not really much of a point. I remember everything from this season, so it's like, why am I rewatching this? But whatever, I'll rewatch it anyway. Also, I did make a which again, if you remember, you maybe have seen it. But I did make a Survivor 50 video, which like I was literally in bed on, was it Tuesday or was it Monday night? Anyway, I was just sitting there and like listening to Club Condo and RHAP, and like they mentioned Survivor 50 and started talking about it, and I just went through my head. I was like, fuck, I can't not make a Survivor 50 video. Like I didn't plan to, and like I kind of didn't want to, but like I was like, it's just gonna bother me if I don't. So yeah, I made a Survivor 50 video. I called it early speculation. It'll be coming out tomorrow. It's an extra video. It's like 21 minutes. It's really me just going over like really a lot of things I've already talked about on stream. Like it's I don't know how much of that like I haven't talked about on stream. It's really just a lot of me like just talking about what I think Survivor 50 will be. I don't run through like the people. I don't talk about the like I'm not like it's not the cast speculation video, which I'll still be doing like early next year, but it's more so just like general speculation on like format and theme and that sort of stuff. And Jeff's like overall approach to the show. Liz voting for Q, big mistake. I mean, everything's a big mistake. By the way, I fucking love Q doing cameos and just like really hamming up the big mistake of it all. And really just hamming up like being this like I don't know, like antagonistic figure there. It is funny. Like he had a cameo of Rob, which was really funny. He also had a cameo with Shannon Gus, where he's essentially just roasting them. Thoughts on a circle? Again, that was good. Yeah, I really like this cast. I think it's been a pretty strategic season. I think maybe the most strategic season of the Circle US at least. I think it's also like I think Jordan is probably one of the best like Circle characters of all time. So yeah, again, I'm really liking this season. To be on player ranking, I did debate this. I'm actually not fully sure. I have her at 1 right now, but I would debate it with Hunter. And large reason for that is because like Tiffany was like being targeted like the round that Tevin goes. And while it wouldn't have gone through, again, she was still a big target there. She was also the target during the actual Hunter round. Until like they get scared because she has an idol and because they know her idol is real. More so than like anything I feel like she like actively does on her own. Only to then just be blindsided this round with the idol in her pocket. Like it's not great. Like I mean Hunter isn't great either to where like again I think it's close between the two. To where like I think it's the fact that like Tiffany was being targeted the actual Hunter round. And also a target before that, to where Hunter, like, wasn't really a target until that specific round. And even then, again, was, like, the backup target, essentially. It's like, I don't know. I think it's close. Tiff had more control than Hunter ever did. I wouldn't agree with that. I think Tiff had control, for sure, but I think they had around equal levels of control. Maybe that's not fair. I think she had more control over Yanu than, like, Hunter had over Nami. However, I think the fact that Hunter felt more like integrated within the majority come into the merge than Tiffany did, where Tiffany just felt like a tag along at that point. Whereas we don't really see Tiffany doing much. While like we know Hunter is like part of this like again, they're both part of the +1 alliance, but I feel like Hunter's like a much more integral number within the +1 alliance. Which I mean again to be fair, that alliance doesn't last at all. But I feel like Hunter's like early merge game is better than Tiffany's early merge game. Do you think Ben is going home next? No. Why would you think Ben is going home next? I think Q is probably gone next. I think it's probably Q. If not, maybe even like a Charlie blindside. But like, I feel like it's almost definitely Q. But yeah, I don't think Q's getting to the end, and if he's not getting to the end, then it's like, how much further are they really going to drag this out? Like, I will say, I think that's also like kind of what's lessening my enjoyment of this at this point. Of like, I feel like we're getting to the point where like, Q's just being dragged along for too long. Like, I feel like this is turning into a bit of a Banu situation for me, of like, when the fuck is he going to go home then? Because I know he's going to go home, it's just when is he going to go home? Like, it just feels like we're just, like, dragging out this, like, really boring, predictable round for, like, another fucking episode. Charlie targeting Ben. Was that in the preview? I have no memory of that. Either way, I mean, that should make it even more clear that they're not targeting Ben, then. Like, if it's in the preview, then that's not happening. If anything, again, that probably actually makes me think it could be a Charlie blindside. Because, again, usually when they show someone, like, trying to blindside someone else, the actual vote turns on the person that is trying to do the blindside. When Q gets out, I should name stream Big Mistake. Probably. That's probably what I'm going to do. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, I'm just going the wrong way. Who's winning Circle? I think it's interesting. I think the two frontrunners are Kyle and Olivia. I think from an Edgic perspective, I would say Kyle. Just because it feels like we're getting so much sympathetic Kyle content and like talk about like how much he can do with the money and like all that sort of stuff. I do think Olivia's in the like practical winning position though. Okay, I did not want to do this. God damn it. Right now I would lean towards Liz. But it could be either of them. So no one has an idol. It seems ripped for Q. This is the only reason why he stayed this long. I mean, like, to be fair, I mean, there's going to be another idol in play, right? Like, for all we know, Q finds it. Imagine Q finds it and then doesn't play it. Imagine that's a world we live in. That'll be funny. 2 months post Times with Rose, overall thoughts. It's still the same. It's still very good. I still haven't listened to the deep... I still have the Mark and Eden deep dives downloaded on my phone. Where, like, I intend on listening to them. I just never did. Don't know if I will anymore, but... I don't know. We'll see. Worse to make merge in 46? Trying to open my power ranking. Who is it? Is it Soda? Well, I mean, Mariah is the lowest, but it's like, do you include Murgatory? If you're not, then Soda. Um, I don't think Tim's that bad. On Fire Podcasts, not particularly notable. I'm trying to think, actually. Was there anything that interesting there? He doesn't remember Dan Lembo. I think we can confirm that. We can add him to the list of Survivor players that Jeff doesn't remember. Because they were talking about sponsor challenges, and he was talking about Gulliver's Travel and how, we had this big chair that somebody had to sit in. And it's like clearly he did not remember who the fuck Dan Lembo was. I think Mariah more than Soda. Like, you think Mariah is better or worse than Soda, are you saying? Yeah, King Dan Lembo. Worse? Yeah, again, I have her worse. I mean, I don't think Soda's particularly good. But, like, Soda does, like, again, vote in the majority for one vote. That's something, I guess. Well, like, Mariah never does, so it's like... New Memoriam of, Sonya, yeah. When was the last time they did it? Was it just Rudy? Or did they even do it for Rudy? I forgot. They did do it for Rudy, right? But I don't think they did it for Keith Nail. Then... I think they did it for Jen Lyon, right? But yeah, like, how many have they actually done it for? Oh, did they do it for Rudy's wife, too? I actually did not remember that. Which, good for her, I guess. Yeah, is it just Jen and Rudy? But, yeah, I mean, like, I think the question is, does Jeff even know that Sonya died? I think that's even a question. Format of the GOAT, I mean, it's essentially reindeer games, right? It's essentially the Cody round of reindeer games, which is not great. But it's also, like, I don't think it really matters, right? Like, I don't think you're watching the GOAT for, like, the gameplay. I think the GOAT's more so a show you're watching to, like, see these, like, ridiculous reality TV characters all in a single episode. Did he put... I saw Survivor... Like, I thought Survivor put out a statement. I didn't know Jeff put out a statement. But yeah, I did see that, yeah, they spelled her name wrong. So, there you go. Yeah, was it Jeff's statement? Okay. Waiting for Liz to pull an upset? I don't think it's happening. But, I mean, more possible than Q in Venus, I think. So that's something. Still not happening, though. I don't think there's enough there. Again, a lot of people are comparing her to Gabler, and again, Gabler just has a much better edit up to this point. And even, like, pre-merge wise, it's like Gabler got, like, again, I thought it was all the time. Like, Gabler's, like, pre-merge edit is one that, yes, he has these, like, really bad moments, but they're always countered with these, like, good moments for him. Liz never really had that. To where, like, Liz just was barely even there in the pre-merge. And when she was there, she's being, like, shat on by Tevin. So, and, like, we never even, like... And it's weird, too, because, like, we also got, like, her being included in the Soda vote, but we never got to see, like, her point of view of it or anything. Like, I don't think she's winning at all. From John's hometown. Well, good for him. What I think Charlie and Ben are gonna place? I have no clue, actually. I haven't, like, fully pieced this together. Actually, to be fair, if Liz is final 3, I don't know where Venus necessarily goes either. But I do think the most, like, the easiest combination to see is if it was Kenzie first, Maria second, Venus third, Liz fourth. And then maybe, like, 5th Ben, 6th Charlie, 7th Q. Is that what it would be? I think that's, like, a trajectory that, like, would probably make... Like, I think that's the easiest one to map out. But if I'm saying Liz is in the final three, I think that makes it a lot more up in the air of like where's Venus necessarily. Because I don't know if Venus is necessarily like fire making loser. Not that she can't be, it's just that I've never really thought of her as fire making loser. Wow. She'll be a 2-time winner in 16 days. Who is this? Aviv. Sure. I'll say good on Aviv. Yeah. Did not really expect Aviv to do as well as she is. Yeah, what is Challenge 40 spoilers? Oh yeah, we got some big stuff, right? Since last stream. So yeah, again, Challenge 40 spoilers for a bit. Yeah, we got like what, a Laurel purge, right? Laurel Nehemiah purge. Actually, I think that was before last stream, but then what was the one after that? We got what, Theo went, and then who was the other person? Oh, Olivia went, right, today? Yeah, I think that's what it was. Which those two are like, I mean, like Theo going, I think it's like a little bit shocking. Yeah, I think we're at the point where like the men field is like extremely weak, to where it's essentially like injured Jordan or Kylan, or like an offshot of bananas, or like maybe Corey, but I think Kylan is definitely the front runner at this point for the men's side of things in terms of like winning a final. In terms of getting there, not entirely sure. Women's side of things, it's so stacked. Like, this is a pretty insane, like, final grouping of women, right? You got, what, Kara, you still have Rachel. I guess losing Laurel is a pretty big loss, but, you have, who else is there? Aviv, obviously. Who else is there? Fuck. I know there's other, like, really good women, right? But still, it's like, I think at that point, like, is Kara maybe the front runner? Oh, Jenny's still there. So yeah, Jenny is also definitely a major front runner. I'm trying to look up my own thing. Did I ever update? I didn't update the drafts, did I? I guess I might as well do that now. Yeah, Kara, Jenny, the favorites for the women. That makes sense. Wait, why is this not on auto? Okay, did I update for today? I think I did already, right? Oh yeah, I forgot Tori is still there too, which obviously, but yeah, Vive, Tori, Jenny, Rachel, Michelle, Cara Maria. So yeah, I would say Jenny, Cara Maria, Tori are the front runners. I probably put my money on Jenny of them. Then again, yeah, men-wise, it's, yeah, Kylan, Bananas, Jordan, Josh, Corey, Derek C. So, I think it's Kylan, probably. Alright, let's see. BB Can, Victoria is gone. So, yeah, Yoviver's Anthony, Lymel has Bailey, I have Lexus, Sorkel is Todd, so not looking great for me or Sorkel. Survivor, who went home? Tiffany. Alright, so Sorkel finally lost the member. That means also everyone's first round pick is gone. So that's something. But Menace is Ben. I have Charlie and Liz. Sorkel is Venus and Maria. Julian is Kenzie. Yovifer is Q. Tori at least stopped us from getting another Casey final. Yeah, thank God. Again, like, as much as I don't like Tori, at least Tori, like, is trying to be good TV, yet failing at it. But at least she's kind of trying. Casey's not even trying. It's like, at least, like, I would rather have Tori than Casey, personally. Even though, obviously, I'd rather have neither of them. How's Olivia gonna be All-Stars 5? I mean, what a question. Okay, where am I actually going? Oh, fuck off. Another thing. Okay, that took forever to load. Yeah, Rachel's 1, 2. Corey's 1, 2. I thought someone else won 2 also. Was it Kylan? I think Kylan's 1, 2 also, didn't he? Kylan's 1, 3? Well, good for him. But yeah, I think Kylan definitely is someone that could definitely be the face of the challenge moving forward. if there's that much of a future for the challenge. I guess we'll see. Yeah, I did see that. I did see that Rihanna's supposedly a big Casey fan, which thank fucking God. See, Rihanna's the issue. She's the problem. She's ruining reality TV. Play PS5 RDR1. I don't have RDR1 on PS5. I have it on Xbox though. Like Spicy V. Do I have the Spicy V definitively lower than Bailey? I don't know about definitively, but I think right now I would probably have her lower. Yeah. I think Bailey is a very good player. I think she is still a very flawed player, and I think her game on the season, while again, if she were to go on the win, I think it's still like it's like probably an upper middle tier win. I would say her it's probably like a Paris level win. I still think again, it's still like a flawed game for sure. It's one where again, like she still was pretty unaware of her game position for the first 2/3 of the game. To where I guess she was very effective in getting what she wanted done, but what she wanted done it's just very weird situation of okay, she's getting what she wants at points, and what she wants is in her best interest, but she's convincing others of going through with that despite it not being in their best interest, but using arguments that aren't in their best interest, but she doesn't know that. I don't know. Again, there's still a complete lack of awareness of her game position. Yeah, it works out for her anyway. But again, I think she is still very effective in the game. Good instincts and ability without being aware of it. And yeah, because it's she plays the game as if the game was essentially men versus women for most of it. She fully thought she was in this all-girls alliance that was running the game when that wasn't happening. However, her campaigning was good enough to make V make moves in her best interests, which again Bailey thought was also in V's best interest when it wasn't. When I don't know. Either way, whatever. It's a lot. It's kind of confusing shit. Watch Derek Chavez. I mean, I would not be shocked if Derek Chavez makes it to the final at this point. Would Bailey be the best character winner of BB Can? I mean, I don't know. Maybe? I don't know. It's okay, so looking at the other contenders, I think Kevin Jacobs is up there. I think Kevin Jacobs is still a pretty fun character. I would say Kevin Martin is a good character, but not it's kind of a different type of character, right? It's not because he's particularly funny or anything, but he's just this kind of rootable presence more so than he is this very lively personality. But yeah, I would say John Party is the other contender that was in my mind. Sarah is also pretty decent. I would say it's between her and John. Yeah, Kevin's fake eviction is definitely one of the best scenes. No turn run's bullshit, dude. Fuck that. I'm still pissed about that. The fucking yesterday my daily run died because the game fucking glitched out. When it was a pretty good run up to that point. Ty's insane villain heal. Yeah, I mean it's fun, but it's also I don't think it's enough. But yeah, I mean it is funny how he is a pretty calm, nice guy for the first half, and then by the end he just turns into this kind of dick to people on their way out and everything. And playing the game super aggressively. Lego Dimensions is back. Well, thank God. I didn't even know it left, but oh, is that what Funko Fusion? Is that supposed to be Oh, I didn't even think about that. That it's a fun. I knew I've been seeing people promoting Funko Fusion and stuff. I didn't even piece together that it's supposed to be like the Funko Pops thing. Um, yeah, so like this is like a rip off of Lego Dimensions or whatever. Um, so much like Ned trying to double eviction when the return run done. Sure, I guess. Poetic if Bailey beats Anthony 7-0 vote. I think it would be funny. Um, like again, sad for Anthony for sure, but it would be it would be kind of funny if that is what happens. And I think it would be tragic at that point. Like if Bailey actually takes Anthony to the end, that is insane. Um, so I think that would make that even more like of a travesty, like gameplay wise. Um, if Bailey wins, like after taking Anthony to the end. It's a tie that's screaming at Beth for no reason was a tie the whole season. I mean, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like the first half, he was just like kind of just there. It's actually really funny too because like I feel like this is a thing that isn't talked about Ty from BBK9 is that he was not even on the show for like the first half of the season. Like if you look at his confessional count, it's like really abysmal. Like he really does not pop until like the last like 10 episodes of the, like the 30 episode season. Like Anthony wins or loses against Lexus. I lean towards win, but I could see a world where he loses. Really, at this point, I see a world where he loses against anybody. I think there's definitely a chance of a bitter jury. Yeah, up to episode 19, he had the lowest confessional count. Actually, no, Tina had the lowest confessional count, but like he was only like one above Tina pretty much for most of the season. Then Tina overtakes him during her boot week. Actually, he's the lowest confessional count of like people left in the game the entire end game. I didn't even know that actually. It's like of the final 6, he has the lowest amount of confessionals the entire end game stretch. But yeah, like up until what is that episode? Like at episode 17, he only has 19 DRs. Like barely over 1 an episode. He ends with 80, which is like again a better number, but yeah, it is very funny how like under edited he is. Yeah, less than Brayden for sure. Yeah, less than Tara. I guess like Beth, Jed, and Kiefer make a bit more sense, but because that's essentially what it was. That like Jed and Beth got the DRs for like the trio, while like he was just kind of overshadowed. I do think Anthony handling Victoria so poorly on their way out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think at this point, I come down to the fact that, like, I don't think getting rid of Victoria is necessarily the incorrect move. I think the way he handles it, though, is poorly. Which, to be fair, if I was in the house, I would probably be annoyed at Victoria and also, like, get as frustrated as he did with Victoria. But still poor play. Because, like, the reality is, like, he's right. Victoria was throwing him under the bus constantly. Like, okay, look at that character in the background. Like, he had a correct read on it. But again, like, I think the fact that he sells it that way is the correct call to begin with. I think he should be selling it in the way that Victoria takes it. As in, like, oh, he just thinks I'm too big of a threat and he needs to take me out. It's like, that's how you should be selling this. Don't try to be on this, like, moral high ground of, like, essentially being like, I didn't want to do this, but you forced me to. Like, this is your fault. Like, that's not the way to approach this. I mean, like, even if it doesn't work, I still think that is the way to do it, though. Like, I still think you have to sell this as, like, I can't repeat what I did last time. Because, like, sure, like, that is what was going to happen. Like, I mean, like, essentially, Victoria is his Dane. Like, if he takes Victoria to the end, like, he is essentially doing the exact same thing. And it's like, I think the thing with him is that, like, he should be selling this as, like, again, I had this exact same choice last time at the Final 5. I could have voted out Dean. I didn't do it, and I lost the game. This time I gotta take the shot. Like, that's how he should be selling this. Whether or not that works or not, like, that is how he should be doing it. But again, like I think the way he is doing it is like pretty much as poorly as he could be doing it. Matrix 36, I thought was fine. Um, I'll be honest. I did watch both BB Can and Amazing Race at the same time, to where like I definitely did focus more on BB Can. To where I'm probably gonna have to rewatch like the middle portion of the episode, like especially the entire situation between like Danny and Angie, and like so like what was the story there? Like so they like made a wrong turn and lost their like production crew people that were following them. Is that what happened? Uh, like I didn't get like what happened there, which is why I'm gonna have to rewatch it. But like that's bizarre, right? Um, but like outside that, it's like it was fine. I mean, like the ending was definitely pretty solid. I mean, seemed relatively close. I mean, I feel like editing wise though, it's like very obviously like Danny and Angie going home. Um, yeah, because like if that's the case, then like shouldn't this be a production mess up? Like why are they at fault for like production not being able to keep up with them? Um, or like I guess like to be fair, again, if it's in the rules, right, and like they decide to not stop and try to find them, right? So like it's still like their fault for not complying with the rules, but like that seems like a really dumb rule to begin with. Um, okay, now what am I doing? Um, if anything evicts Dane at 5, does Adam win the season? Probably through winning out, yeah. Which is funny considering Adam was trying to keep Dane in the game. Wait, what is the goal right now? Uh, is it just going here? Production is given time credits in the past for when they've been in the wrong. How's that work? Like, how would that work now, though? Like, when they've been, like, already eliminated. Okay, wait, I am supposed to go that way. I mean, either way, I doubt they're gonna do anything. You would think if they did something, they would, like, edit this differently. But, still. Um... Oh, this is, like, there's a whole bunch of different... Okay, so this is what you mean by Lego Dimensions? The fact that, yeah, there's, like, a lot of random IPs in it. What the fuck? What? Yeah, this is so random. Scott Pilgrim's there. That's kind of cool. Walking Dead. But yeah, like Megan is there. Nope is there. Invincible is there. Hot Fuzz is there. Why? Why are those specific ones there? Um, is it going this way? How I feel about Anthony? You feel like this drops him? Interesting. I think this solidifies him. I don't think it necessarily like. I think at this point, I think especially if he goes to the end and loses again, I don't think it necessarily like rises him that much in my estimations. But I don't think it drops him at all. Um, I feel like he didn't learn from BB Can 7. I think he learned some things, but probably not enough. I think it's probably the like way I would phrase it, where I think he definitely has a better understanding of the game than he did during BB Can 7. Though I still think he's like mishandling the jury, but like in a different way this time. Which is too far. I do think he had a misunderstanding of why he lost BB Can 7 like early on. Like when he talked about why he lost BB Can 7, he was talking about like, oh, I lost because like I pissed off the jury. When like that's not really the case. Or like it's kind of a double sided thing of like, okay, the first reason is because you took Dane to the end, who like won more comps, was overall looked at as a better like a like more play like a player that was more out in front and that sort of thing. It's like that's the first issue. Um, the second issue is I think people didn't see your game. Like I think that's the other issue is that people like weren't aware of like how much Anthony was really controlling things in the background and thought it was more so Dane. Um, but to be fair, I think he fixed that issue. Like, I don't think anyone, like, here is saying that, oh, Anthony is not the one running the game. But I think there's still, like, some, like, there's something wrong still. And, like, to be fair, I don't even know what it really is before the Victoria stuff. Where, like, when we're looking at, like, the exit interviews, Like people are being asked who's running the game, who's playing the best game. People are saying Anthony, but then when we get to like who are you going to vote for, he's like fucking fifth or like fourth or fifth in their ranking. So like there is that disconnect there, but I don't like fully understand why there is that disconnect. Because again, it does feel like the canon of BB Can nowadays is that okay, like who you think is the best player is who we're gonna vote for. Like I mean, like BB Can 11 again, like no one fucking really liked Ty, but people thought Ty played the best game, and that's why they voted for him. BB Can 10 again, people thought Kevin played the best game. BB Can 9, people thought two for BB Can 9 is not as much of the case. But still BB Can 7. But yeah, like again, like it's like again, nowadays people do try to vote for the person that plays the best game. Yet for Anthony, it just seems like they're not for whatever reason. And like I do feel like there might be this like again wanting a woman to win aspect of it that's playing a factor. Which I mean, to be fair, if that is a factor, that's still on him to like recognize that that's a factor and still like get like to the end with the people that you would still win against. But I do feel like that is at least a factor here, right? And the fact that I do think like the people in the Hot Chocolate Alliance wanted like one of their own like the core like I think the like Kayla wanting Avery and Victoria to win. I think Avery still wanted V to win. I think that definitely was the thing. I don't think it's anti-returnee bias because again they wanted Victoria to win. Like that's why he needed to get her out at this point, is because Victoria is the biggest threat to win the game. Like if Victoria gets to the end, she beats everybody. And it's like I think it is like again now thinking through the move of like who do you take out in this position, I do think it's a very very difficult one. Because while again Victoria is continuously claiming that I always meant to go to the end with you, it's like I just don't think you can trust her, especially if you're in the game. It's like Victoria just changes her mind on a fucking whim. Where like it's been like very much proven at this point like how much he can control like the people around him, to where I'm like maybe it is just better to get rid of this person that you just simply don't trust. Which, like, to be fair, I think he's underestimating Bailey to a degree. Especially with the, like, aspect of keeping Bailey and Todd both in the game. But I don't think the move to get rid of Victoria at this point is that detrimental. Okay, again, what am I supposed to be doing in the game? Okay, they found... Need to hurry. Oh, it's here. It's not the actual... Oh, that's fucking stupid. Whatever. Yeah, I think in an ideal world... Like, but the thing about Bailey... I think... Okay. So Bailey does beat him. If he gets to the end with her. I think the thing... Like, I think I actually... would consider going for Todd, but I think it's tough because like you need to know like for sure that Lexus is gonna take you, but also it's like when has Lexus really shown herself to be someone that's like that willing to cut Anthony, where at this point I do think Lexus is taking Anthony to the end, but yeah, I think the point is separating Todd and Bailey. I think that's definitely an important aspect of it. I think the issue, yeah, it's like the issue is that, like, I think for Anthony, I think Bailey is more amendable than Todd. Like, I think Anthony will have a much easier time convincing Bailey to take him to the end than he will have Todd taking him to the end. But then again, like, if there's no Bailey there, then it's like, I don't know, who else is Todd really taking? But it's not like, I don't think he's, like, really the favorite necessarily. I don't think there really is a favorite in who Todd takes at that point. Especially if the relationship with Victoria is still burnt. I think there's kind of a lot to think about with the move. So it's like, I think like on paper, yeah, I think Bailey would still probably be the best target. But I don't think it's necessarily even that great of a move. Which, like, at the end of the day, it's like, does that just mean that, like, really, yeah, I think that is really what it is, that, like, every, like, position has, like, a pro and con to it, to where it's like, I do think Bailey is someone that he can control better than Todd. But obviously, I think Lexus is the person that he for sure should be keeping 100%. I think the thing with Victoria is that if he's able to keep people hating on Victoria, then she might have been better to keep. But I still also think, like, when... again, it's tough because you need to split Bailey and Todd. Like, I think it's just a tough position to be in, because, like, you do need both Bailey and Victoria out. And you do also need to split up Bailey and Todd. But it's also a position where, like, the person you have the least amount of control over is Todd. So it's like, I think keeping Todd puts you in the most danger moving forward. So I think if Todd goes, like, is he guaranteed Final 2? Because I think he probably is, right? Like, if he takes Todd at Final 5, which, to be fair, he didn't have the opportunity to. Todd won veto anyway. But, like, yeah, if he were intending to take out Todd, I think at that point, I do think Victoria takes Anthony to the end still. I do think Alexis takes Anthony to the end. I think Bailey probably takes Anthony to the end. But the thing is, like, he loses in all those scenarios, but against Lexus, right? While if you get rid of Bailey, so again, like, Todd is someone that is very prone to voting you out at 4. But then again, I guess it's, well, the thing is, like, you can't win HOH. There's, like, no matter what, like, I think he's coming to the Final 4 round in a decent amount of danger. Where it's like, at Final 4, like, again, this current position that we're in, he's essentially out if Lexus wins HOH and he doesn't win veto. But it's pretty much safe under, I think, every other situation, right? But also essentially has to win final HOH at that point. Who's second Final 5 HOH? It was Bailey. Like, it was a tiebreaker between him and Bailey, right? Which I will say, not particularly good luck that none of these people seem to be studying. Like these people were getting all the questions wrong about the jury speeches and everything, or the, like, speeches that people gave on their way out. So it's like, I don't know, like, you should have these memorized. Like, if this was Kevin Martin, like, you'd be fucking demolishing this competition. Like, Anthony would be close. I think it depends on how anti-Anthony Victoria is going to be, which I assume she's going to be. I don't know. She seemed to be rooting on Lexus, right? In the goodbye messages. Obviously, I think Bailey is her number 1. I think Lexus might be her number 2. I do wonder if, like, Victoria, because again, that's what my assumption was coming into this, like, round, like, this episode, before we saw, like, the, like, really big fight between the two. I thought Victoria would still come out of this wanting to, like, still come out of this voting for Anthony, but not actually wanting Anthony to win. Like, I thought she would be a spot where, like, she would vote for Anthony to, like, kind of save face with the alumni. But would, like, campaign against him, essentially. But at this point, she might just, like, openly be anti-Anthony, right? Yeah. Yeah, like, I think, like, Lexus is her number 2 person. And to be fair, I don't think it's out of the realm possibility that, like, she gets convinced to be higher. I don't know. The thing is, like, Avery's not particularly high on Lexus either, right? But I know, like, obviously, like, Kayla is someone that was still, like, very pro hot chocolate. To where, like, I would not be shocked if Kayla wants to vote for Lexus over, like, Bailey. But then we're not getting a Bailey-Lexus Final 2 anyway, so that doesn't really matter. Okay, this was a sub-story. Great. If Anthony doesn't win, I don't think he's ever playing again. I mean, I don't think most people are ever playing again. I don't know. Again, like, I don't think most BBCAN players are ever playing again. But yeah, probably not. Again, if Anthony doesn't win, he's essentially the Paul, right? BB Can. To which I would say I think he's a better player than Paul. And actually, I've been thinking about this. Like, I think even if he loses, I think I personally still have him as a better player than Dr. Will. I think I'm at the point where, like, I think he's probably above Dr. Will for me. Not much above that, but I think I would have him above Dr. Will on a rank of every, like, North American Big Brother player. Like, I think he's essentially the best player to never win, even if he doesn't win this season. Like, I think that means he's 5, right? Or do I have Will 6? I think that means 6, right? Well, I guess it's lower because, like, there's other BB Can players. So yeah, North American, like, he's probably, like, what, 8 or so? Like, I would say Kevin, if he doesn't win, I would say Kevin Jacobs is still above him, and I would say, Dane is above him still. If he does win, I think that's a different story that I think is interesting. If he does win this, then, like, I think he's above Kevin Jacobs. I would still struggle with having him above Dane. But I think he would be above Kevin Jacobs at that point. Tyler's higher than Anthony? I disagree. I think Tyler's very good, obviously. I think his, like, BB20 game is... Like, I think his BB20 game is probably the best runner-up game of all time. At least up there, right? I forgot if I... Like, did I have 19 Paul better? I don't remember. But anyway, BB20 Tyler is very, very, very good. I think BB22 Tyler isn't as strong to where it's still, like, not terrible. But I think, like, considering, like, Anthony's 2 runs here, I think Anthony's 2 runs are... Like, I think as a whole are much better. Where, like, I think Anthony's BB Can 7 run is, like just a step below Tyler's BB Can, Tyler's BB20 run. And I think his, like, current run is much better than Tyler's BB22 run. I think Tyler's less susceptible to bad jury management. Like, in terms of, like, I think they're, like, I think with Tyler... So are we saying that, like, it's, like, less Tyler's fault? Where it's like, so we're saying that, like, I think, like, so we're saying that, like, he's less likely to win, or less likely to lose, I mean. I think, for me, it's like, I think Anthony has more gusto in the game, is the factor. So I think the thing with Tyler is that Tyler, like, really set things up really well in BB20, but then just kind of let things go. Yeah, like, less likely to lose in final twos. I wouldn't necessarily... Like, I would agree with that, but, like, not by enough to where I would change... Like, to where I would have Anthony above or below Tyler because of that. Because I think there's, like, other aspects of their games that I think Anthony is just better at. Where I think the issue with Tyler is that Tyler just doesn't care enough. It's like once Tyler... Like, essentially, for the pre-jury of BB20, I think Tyler played, like, some of the best Big Brother we had ever seen. After that, he kind of just stops really playing. Like, he just becomes way too complacent in the game. Towards, like, while he already, again, set up this power structure that put... Okay, why are we fucking getting into all these sub-stories? But he... again, like, I think on, like, that season, he just kind of puts his foot off the gas. Stops really trying to, like, navigate through the game in that interesting of a way. Where it's like, also then BB22, obviously we just saw him just have a general lack of, like, interest in even playing the game. And I feel like that's something you're never going to see from Anthony. Anthony's always going to try to steer the game in his direction, which, again, you can disagree with how he steers the game. But I still think he always will be this, like, active participant in, like, how the game is being played out. Who's bitter at Tyler? Scotty. Scotty was very bitter. And I mean, who is bitter at Anthony outside of Corey in BB Can 7? Yeah, I think he makes party for 20 bits. Why was Scotty bitter? What a question. Essentially, Scotty thought that him and Tyler were like best friends when they never were. And like Tyler would like go around telling, so like Tyler, like part of Tyler's strategy early on was that he was like, well, I'm actually super close to Casey, but I don't want people to know that, so I'm gonna tell people that like I'm super close to Scotty instead. So like he would tell people that I'm super close to Scotty, and then like that would get back to Scotty, and Scotty would think like, oh, I guess we are super close. So then like he ends up getting betrayed by Tyler, and he's like, wait, I thought we were super fucking close. You betrayed me. Well, like they were never actually that close. Like that's essentially it. I thought that was fucking weird with the QT thing, where it's like, okay, so you're gonna make this person a like secret influencer, only to actually like not give them any power. Like, what was the point then? Okay, are any of these actually better than what I have? Is there not a compare button? Oh, well, that's really shit. I think it'd be a good price for a resub. There we go. 23 months. 804. Okay, so that's not even... Yeah, that's... The other ones are worse. Okay, where am I actually going? Like, where's the game want me to go? I don't know. Will I be watching AE 2016? Probably. I don't know. I intended on rewatching Australian Survivor. I didn't plan on rewatching it now. Like I plan on watching it probably like, I don't know, months, like 6 months from now or so. But like Laced Up Lauren is watching Australian Survivor now from the beginning of the Network 10 series. So it's like I might just end up watching it. I don't know. This guy, I think that by voting Casey to win, who viewed similarly to jurors who voted Joshua Paul. Yeah, that was also a thing. Like Scotty was like, and people liked when Josh voted for Paul, and like I think he kind of looked at it as like a similar thing too. Which is funny considering like literally BB21 is like the opposite, right? Which to be fair, again, like Tyler was a bigger fan favorite than Paul was by that point in their seasons, which is probably the reason for it, but. Where yeah, like I guess like coming to BB20, like Scotty got the impression that it's like, oh, people like it when people win due to bitter juries, I guess. Because people were happy that like Paul ended up losing. Yeah, we get to BB21 when like Tommy is like so pro Jackson because he wants to do the opposite. He's like, we can't let a bitter jury happen again. I think Bram will eliminate. Circle. Miles or QT? I don't know. 1 to 2. I mean, either way, neither of them are winning anyway, so I don't think it really matters that much. But yeah, 1 of those two. I think they just realized that neither of them are going to budge, so they just let her do whatever. Yeah, but that's stupid, though. Like, that's not how this works. Or it's not how this should work. Tyler's I think is so weird because he demolishes like everyone else in the end game in a jury vote other than Casey and JC. Yeah, which is what makes his game worse. The fact that he like actively tries to get to the end with those people. Like that's really the biggest like negative of his game, and that's why I say he like took the foot off his gas, because like he ends up like actively going to the end game people he can't win against. Like he actively wants to go to the end against Casey only to lose to her. He does want to take JC to 4 at least, where again JC beats pretty much everybody. Actively cuts Angela. Where again she would have been an easy person for him to take to the end and win against. Oh, there we go. Thank you for, was it 30 bits total at this point? When Red Dead. I mean, yeah, when am I going to play Red Dead 1? I do want to do a retrospective. I just don't know if I actually will next year. Who loves Applebee's the most, Liz or Karishma? I mean, I think, like, coming out of this, it seems very clearly Liz, right? I mean, she goes there every Wednesday. Imagine if you went to fucking Wendy's, Applebee's every Wednesday. Yeah, what if Liz gets in like Applebee's commercials moving forward? Yeah, cutting Sam too. Yeah, and yeah, cutting Brett. Yeah. Again, it's pretty much like his entire end game. That he like picks the people in his alliance that he doesn't win against. What if she goes to Applebee's because of Survivor? I do wonder. Like I my initial assumption was the former, right? That she like probably saw Applebee's connection his connection to Survivor and decided to go to Applebee's. But you never know. Yeah, that too. That is also true. But yeah, Sam is someone that probably like I think by the end maybe wouldn't have taken him, but also too fair, that's also an issue with him and how he managed Sam, and the fact that he essentially just like stopped managing Sam, like when Jury started. To where like at that point, like Brett and JC got like much closer to Sam, and like he just like stopped talking to her because he was spending so much time with Angela. I think 5 more bits. Me coming back from the dead to stop Rockstar from making Red Dead 3. I mean, when will Red Dead 3 ever happen, though? Like, it'll probably happen, right? But, like, it'll probably still be, like, I don't know, like 10 more years or more. Like, how many years has it been since Red Dead? It's been 6 years, right? Oh, fuck me, I looked away. What was the gap between 1 and 2? It was only 8 years, wasn't it? Like, I doubt we're getting a Red Dead 3 in, like, 2 years. I think there'll definitely be another Red Dead game at some point. Again, there shouldn't be, but there almost definitely will be. I think Tyler on Survivor would have been interesting, because I think Tyler... I don't know. It's kind of a double-edged sword. Like, Tyler on Survivor, I think, like, would probably do better, like, short-term. But again, I think he's, like, much more susceptible to, like, getting outplayed there, right? Where, like, Survivor, like, nowadays is a much more fluid game. To where, like, while, like, it is also a game where, like, you just hold the numbers from the very beginning and just run the show. It's, like, just people don't play like that anymore. So, like, I could see him, like, running his original tribe, but then, like, coming to the merge, I don't really see him being able to, like, keep up with what's going on. See Nami playing, or see Liz playing the best game of the Namis if she makes it to the end. That's probably about right. Because, like, again, like, even though I don't think Liz has anywhere connected or anything, she still, like, led the vote against Tevin and felt, like, no ramifications from that. Where, like, she's still in, like, not a terrible position in the game. Like, also someone that they looked at as, like, an integral number in taking Tiffany out. So where they picked her over Venus. So it's like, yeah. It's not like an entirely bad game. Okay, what the fuck? Oh yeah, Paul and Yvette were definitely, like, much worse jury management-wise. Like, I would say, like, the most, like, actively bad jury management is Paul. Because, like, the thing about Paul is that he was trying. Which I think makes it worse. Because, like, he was actually trying to manage the jury, but just had a fundamental, misunderstanding how to manage the jury. Whereas, like, with Yvette, it's not like Yvette's, like, trying to manage the jury. She didn't give a shit. So, like, that's just how she acts. Where if Paul, it's, like, more so, like, a deliberate thing of him, like, actively trying to manage the jury, but just does so poorly. Which I think also means that Paul could probably fix it better if they return, but In terms of like how they actually managed the jury on that specific season, I think Paul did it worse. Especially because like Paul should have been like the clear winner, like coming into that final two combination. Where like against like when it's like Maggie and Yvette, it's like again that's like marginal. So like I don't think it was this like thing of like, oh, Yvette's definitely the favorite here, but her jury management ruined it. It's like with Paul versus Josh, it's like, come on, Paul should be winning this. Um, do you think Maria loses 46 because she's viewed as a bitch? No. I think she loses probably because she's like not like perceived as the person that's like running things. Where I do wonder if it's gonna be a situation where like Charlie gets a lot of the credit for the moves they made. Like it'll be kind of like a Heidi, essentially. Um, Mind you, I think Maria's game is better than Heidi's. But I wonder if that's like the perception of it, of like where like Danny and Heidi were looked at as a duo, and then like Danny gets a lot of the credit for the moves, and then like Heidi gets the end with like not much respect. I wonder if it'll be like a somewhat similar situation to that. Has anyone written Liz's name down yet? I don't believe so, right? Yeah, Kenzie's still number one. Dane Donato has some pretty horrible dream management, yeah. But also, it's like I don't know how much they were like like it's not like Dick had good dream management either. But I guess if we're just specifically talking about losing finalists and stuff, then yeah. Like how they specifically manage the jury, yeah. Who would be the best winner? Probably Charlie, right? There we go. Another 15 bits from Biggest Party. Lying to myself that RDR2 is not my favorite game of all time. No, I'm not lying to myself about that. It's good. It's very good. It's in my top 5 now, right? It's not my favorite game of all time. Yeah, I think Charlie is the person. Like, I think Charlie and Maria are like two people that are seemingly running the game. Like, I think they are like by far the top two. Like, really, it's like I think it's close. I would probably lean Charlie because again we see Charlie getting his way at the gem vote. Like it is weird because like I think Maria was probably better positioned for a lot more of the game, but it feels like whenever there's like a decision to be made, it feels like they go with what Charlie wants over what Maria wants in situations where they have differing opinions. After that, though, I think it really is pretty open. Because Tiffany would have been debatably 3. I think the issue with Tiffany is again like she was being targeted for the last few rounds, but I think Tiffany's pre-merge is pretty good. But yeah, the people left. It's like is it just Kenzie at that point, or is it like Ben, maybe? So like I think bottom would be Venus. I think. I don't know where Q lands. I think Q's just a tough one, right? Who's the best? I assume you mean best stream manager. I think Dan. I think Dan and BB10 is probably the best jury management. Andy's good. I think Andy still mismanages Judd though. Like Judd was someone that was very anti-Andy when he left. Where like Dan had like everyone wanting him to win. Yeah. I think Danielle was hated, but I don't know how much of that's like active play and just like Danielle being like super young and like not the most liked person just in general. I don't know, again, it's like another situation where like I think it's just like Danielle being Danielle more so than like her actively trying to manage the jury in a way that just fails. But again, they still voted for him, and like Rennie like specifically voted for him because of like how like he would like essentially treat her in comparison to Memphis. Where again, I think that's the thing that's like really impressive about Dan's game is the fact that he like specifically like picks Memphis obviously as his like final two partner, and then like essentially like plays his entire end game to make sure that he specifically beats Memphis. Like he manages the jury in a way specifically to beat Memphis at the end. Um, and again, by the end, he wins. You know, like I think Michelle is probably the more questionable jury management of any of them. Okay, thank you for another 20 bits. When was St. Patrick? That was like 2 months ago now, wasn't it? At first six, I'm gonna ask Liz 46 or Liz Australian Survivor. I mean, what a question. I think Liz, like in retrospect, is pretty bad, especially for a winner. But I still think she was in a pretty like strong position for a lot of the game. I think Adam's jury management was really good. Yeah, it's like in a similar way. Just I think Adam's just not as good of a player. But yeah, I think Adams also like again had this bond with Ryan and like constantly like sabotage Ryan towards the end game. Um, but I think also like some of that wasn't like fully intentional. Like I think stuff with like James, it's like I don't know if that was like jury management more so than like him just being like kind of a nice guy and feeling bad for James. Cameron Hurst put back in the game at final three. He took Paul to the end. Does he win? Probably. I think anybody beats Paul. Not anybody beats Raven, but like most people beat Paul. Adam plays the same game as Dan Giesling. Obviously, yeah, that's exactly. That's exactly what I mean. I mean, yeah, Dan Giesling and Adam Jasinski are on the same level. But I did see that Athanamel's June video hit 1 million views. That's insane. Like that's insanity. That he got a video about June's song that hit 1 million views. It's like how the fuck did that happen? Like why June's song of all people? Like I like June, and obviously she plays it like a really fascinating game. But like why that one specific video? That got 1 million views. When it's like I think he's like I don't think any of his other ones like have over like 20 or 30, right? Or 200 or 300 or so, right? Oh, okay, no. Taylor is like 500. Ian is like 480. But still, it's like that's insane that June is the one that does the best. Yeah, Paul beats Raven. Still like narrowly, but I think he does beat Raven. To be fair, actually, he might actually beat Alex and maybe Jason too, right? Basically, if he's next to them, then you have Matt Raven, plus also Christmas Josh, plus Kevin, right? So he probably like narrowly beats them too. But again, it's like super close. Because like the thing with Paul is that he has like the 5 votes that were against him against Josh were like were votes that were almost always going to go against him, unless he was against Raven, where they hated like some of them hated Raven more. But like I think in that situation specifically, I think Jason probably votes Paul over Raven. But with again, what's going on in the game? I love it's like this super dramatic moment. I'm just not paying attention to any of it. But yeah, again, I think the other way that he would have to win is being against one of the people that he wouldn't get the votes of. So through that, it takes away a vote, plus also adding in Josh to the jury, who's someone that would vote for him. It votes Kevin, like Kevin against Paul. At that point, it's the same, right? Yeah, because it's still Cody, Mark, Elena, Alex, and other person, Jason. Or Alex didn't like Kevin, but like still was like very anti-Paul, and they had a pact to not let Paul win at that point. But I guess like that's a little bit more wonky of a situation.
行き違いがあったとはいえ、私
But
は
I
浪
do
士
think
組の
Kevin
同
would
志を
win
殺め
though.
てしまった。私は切腹いたします。ですからどうか、
You still have all the bits
どう
to
か平
force
山と平
that
間の
the
命
Twitch
だけは。
forced you to buy. Well, thank you for giving them to me.
なんで謝るんや、こいつ。
Maddie from 44 or
先
Phil
に
from
こっ
Bridge
ち
with
に来たのは
Braun?
沖田たち
Phil.
の方やろうが。それに沖田を殺したのは。
Like I
俺
guess
だ
it
と思
depends on
う。
what you're like how you interpret it.
カ
Because
モ
like
さんと話
Maddie I
さ
think
せて
had
言
more
え。
agency
黙
in the
れ。
game and like was able to do
近
more.
藤局長
But
は影
like
としてル
did
パハンに罪を着せら
bad
れた俺たちを
stuff.
救ってくれ
Like
た。
her like actively going against the person that has an
道ができる
idol
道のなかった俺たちはな。
is dumb.
だがその
But
者
again,
として
she
お前
like
は許さ
led
ん
the
だ。
vote, so
そ
at
の
least that's
罪を
something.
俺の
Phil is
死を
someone
もっ
that
て
like
償うほか
just
ない。
should not have been taken out.
せやけど
Like really got screwed
我
over.
がうちらにいいぞ。
Um,
そ
but
の
obviously
通
like
りだ。
was not as well positioned. So,
謝んなきゃなんねえならこっち
but
は
I don't know.
黙る。
I think I would go Phil though. If I was like to rank
承
every
知とじ
player.
ゃ。あんたら水戸組の剣の腕を恐れてた。
Can I actually swing one or
だ
two other
から
votes?
勝手にこんなこと。近藤殿。
Try to. What is the situation again? So like we have like Josh, who I think always votes Paul. Christmas always votes Paul.
チリシンでもらう。
Raven and Matt always vote Paul.
沖田総司は浪士組一の剣を
Who's the other vote? Is that? Oh no, that is all the votes. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think Kevin can get any of those
海
votes.
部浪士組の顔とも言うべき存在だった。
Yeah, I don't think Josh or Christmas vote for Kevin over Paul. Like Christmas hated Kevin and Josh loves Paul. And also Christmas loves Paul literally. So the best first boot by a fuck get a screw over probably, yeah. Like it is like yeah, I mean it's like I think Phil's probably one of the most screwed over players ever. Wait, how does Kevin lose the Paul? Like we literally just ran through. It's literally like the swing would be Alex if we're saying there is a swing. Or it's like again, Alex is someone that had a path to vote not Paul, but also again did not like Kevin. But I still think her hatred of Paul at that point still overweighs it. So I think she would vote for Kevin. Because like the thing that's interesting is that actually the swing vote in the Josh Paul situation is Jason. Like Jason is someone that didn't want to vote for Josh, but wanted like Paul to give him a reason to vote for him, but just didn't. So he's like, "Fuck it, I'll fucking vote for Josh." Well, like in the Kevin situation, that's one where I think Jason would have wanted Kevin to win. To where at that point it's like you're relying on Alex, but Alex was very anti-Paul, like more anti-Paul than Jason. So like that's like a harder situation to flip a vote. I do wonder in the circumstance Paul would have betrayed Josh or Christmas. Would he though? And to be fair, I don't think that would change. Like that, I don't think that would be enough to change anything, even if he did betray them. But like, it could just be Kevin winning out. But if we're saying that, like, okay, Paul wins the final comps, votes out Christmas and Josh, I still think they vote for him. Like, I don't think Josh is someone that would end up voting bitterly. So again, as emotional as Josh is, like, Josh is still, like, someone that does think a lot about the game. And I think when it's, again, against Kevin, I think it would be very difficult for Josh to vote for Kevin in that spot. And then again, Christmas never liked Kevin. Like, Christmas thought Kevin was creepy. And also, again, was in love with Paul. And I also literally told Paul to vote her out. So, I don't think that, like, I think Christmas 100% would never change. I also think Josh would not change either. I don't think Christmas would care. I think Josh would probably care more, but I still think he would vote for Paul. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Josh is like very emotional, but like when it comes to like making like game moves, he does still like think about it rationally. Like, he's not someone that like usually like just like makes a like irrational like game move in spots where he's not super emotional. Um, just the Bowie Jaina BB-19. I mean, I guess. Versus Crystal's rank and average placements. What do you mean? Like her average placement's what 3.5, right? I would like to see Josh play again as well. Where again, I think there is a lot of potential there. So again, we've seen it on the challenge now. To where again, he's still prone to getting in fights. He's still prone to like, again, pissing off people for sure. But I do think there is like a pretty like stable strategic mind there. And one that also like again, if he gels with you, like he's going to be like super solid with you. Like again, like looking at how much, like how many friends he has in the challenge community. Like I think Josh would do very well on a returning season. Like if Josh was on BB-22, I think he would have done very well. Top 5 players, average placement. I actually do have a spreadsheet of that somewhere. I think, well, okay, yeah. I think that's probably correct as the top 5. Order's different though, right? Because like Will and Jordan are below Paul. Yeah, I got it here. Yeah, Dan has a 1.5, Cody has a 1.5, Paul's a 2. Oh, Enzo has a 2.5. So Enzo's tied with Jordan and Will with a 2.5. Anthony now has a 3. Erica has a 3. Christmas is a 3.5. Memphis is a 3.5. Thank God they're together. Nicole has a 3.67. Danielle Reyes and Tyler have 4. Then what? James, Kevin Martin, and Chicken George have a 5. Oh, and Rachel Riley. Yeah, and yeah, Enzo. I kind of forgot about Enzo being so high. But, do I have Chrissy higher than Nicole, Holly, and Cliff? In what? In a BB-21 player ranking? Are we saying no? I think Cliff is like a very difficult one to rank because like I would want to put Cliff 1, or at least 2. Like because maybe is Tommy 1 on a BB-21 player ranking? I think he probably is, right? I think like I would want to put Cliff 2, but I do think him being voted out is obviously like a thing to track him there. But I don't know, I might still put him 2. I think Jackson 3, Holly 4, Nicole 5, then Chrissy. I think it's probably what I would have. I think Cliff plays more optimally for most of that season. Yeah, I think Jackson was in a position where he really needed the comp out. Like, I think Jackson does a lot more wrong than Cliff does. So, like, even, like, Cliff getting voted out, I think it's a situation that's, like, just so, like, unlucky. I think it's Tommy does fundamentally lose the war for Cliff and Nicole. Yeah, and that is the thing. But he's, like, that's also the thing, too, is, like, it's not really because of Jackson. Like, Jackson's lie didn't matter that much. Where it's like, Cliff already wanted Tommy out anyway. Like, it was more so like, okay, we need to get Nicole on board. Okay, this is such a long cutscene. Like, how long is this gonna go on for? I guess that's Yakuza for you. But yeah, I still think the thing about Tommy though is that I think he still gets so unlucky, and like how like Jackson and Holly essentially won comp after comp after comp, which made his own allies get taken out one by one. which is why he gets to that point where he gets taken out at 5.
もう一人の坂本龍馬が例の小娘の坂本龍馬やな
Is more trivia like usual. Cliff would have had a great shot, potentially. But yeah, I mean, 21 though was like a point where until 20, I believe, is actually the point, right? Or was it 19? Which season is it that they started doing more physical challenges? Was it 19 or 20? But yeah, I mean that I think that's also something that greatly favors Jackson at that point. Yeah, was it 19? That would make sense. At least Paul won a lot of vetoes, if I remember right. Odds of Cliff returning, very low. Who wins camp comeback if Nicole victor over Cliff? I mean, I don't even remember actually. Who was in second in that comp? Like, Cliff just demolished that, right? To where, like, did we even see how well anyone else was doing? Matthew from 44 and Nyanka from Nicaragua. What a question. Probably Nyanka. If Final 6 is a regular week and not double Cliff wins, that's, yeah. I mean, I think you could argue it for sure, because, like, yeah, I think they probably do vote out Jackson. But yeah, they just didn't have the time to, like, fully process it. But yeah, like, if you have a full week, Tommy and Christy being able to campaign, all that stuff, yeah, I think Jackson goes that week. I'm not sure if Cliff necessarily wins after that point. I think probably Tommy just wins. At 6, Cliff was targeting Tommy. I mean, are we saying that, like, so we want him to vote out Tommy at that point? Because I think the move should be to vote out Jackson at that point. Because, like, that's the last point Jackson's even vulnerable in the game. Like, we're saying that he gets rid of Tommy, like, he still loses then. Because Jackson just wins out anyway. Like, Jackson's literally never vulnerable after that. And, like, Holly would still be in the game. So, like, he would still take Holly to 2. Oh, we're saying it's... Okay, then Holly and Christy on the block at 5? Is that what we're saying then? Yeah. I think that's, like, opening up, like, a bit too much. But he's like, okay, actually, what even... But then, like... Okay, so if he votes out Christy over Holly... So, like, we're still banking on Jackson still taking Cliff to the end after he had betrayed him and voting out Holly? Which, like, I don't think that's even really a guarantee. Like, I know it's Christy. When's Trader's US filming? It's supposed to be, like, in a month or so, right? I don't give a shit of, like, how to pronounce her name. Track is Cliff uses the veto on Christy. Tommy goes. Cliff votes out Holly at 5 because he trusted. Yeah. And who's Jackson taking? But, like, the thing about Jackson is that, like, I think it's like at that point, who's he think he can win against? Which, like, yeah, he might still take Cliff, but I think he knows that he loses to Cliff. So it's like, I'm not entirely sure if he still actually does take Cliff, but he did have a final 2 with Cliff. So, like, if he's gonna be a man of his word, he would take Cliff to the end. But I think, like, in his mind, he might also think of, like, oh, well, Christy, like, is hated. Like, why would people vote for Christy at the end? Will 47 be done filming by the time of the finale for 46? No. Or maybe, actually, I forgot, actually. If it is, it's like right before. But I don't believe... Like, I know 43 didn't finish filming until after. I don't remember about 45. But my instinct would be no. Because have they even started filming 47 yet? It's supposed to be like this week or so, right? That they fly out? Because again, Jeff's doing like all these events and everything, which I believe these are like the last things he's doing before 47 films. Tommy did less wrong in 21. I would mostly agree. I think Tommy and Cliff both played pretty optimally considering their positions. Yeah, I think Tommy got more like outright unlucky, and also Cliff got voted out at a point. Well, yeah, like so if it's not filming already, then yeah, like it can't finish right in time. Okay, I'm going the wrong way now. Dude, fuck this game. This game's taking so long, dude. The move at 11. No, the move at 11 was definitely take out Jack. For pretty much everyone involved within that group, within that majority group at that point. Like, definitely take out Jack. You split up Jack, Chrissy, whatever. Tommy, and Annalise. Like, that was, like, such a tight-knit group at that point to where, like, I think you definitely need to split them up. Because, like, at that point, like, Jackson was, like, isolated from pretty much everybody else. And pretty much only had Holly. Now, I think, like, a round or two after that, that's probably where you should have made the move against Jackson. Though, again, you couldn't have. Because, like, either him or Holly had the HOH really up until Final 6, right? Final 6 is the only time they're even vulnerable after Final 11, I believe. Because they go back to back to back. The fact that Cliff comes back from a terrible position to be in a good spot was... Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I think it's, like... Yeah, I think, again, the way he's able to... Like, not just... like, survive the... what were they called? 6 shooters and all that sort of stuff. But, like, also, like, then proceed to... Like, still have the connection of, like, Nicole and Jessica and Kat, but also, like, build the connection with Jackson and Holly. That keeps him safe from them as well. Is this the right way? And that's, like, kind of the issue, Cliff, is that it's, like, there's just, like, no way he's winning any of those endgame comps, pretty much. So it's, like, he really, like... His path to the end is a, like, very, very difficult one, so he just can't win those comps. And again, with, like, Jackson winning those comps, and, like, Holly still being in the game, again, it's very unlikely that Jackson's gonna allow Holly to leave the game. But yeah, like, if Holly is out of the game, then obviously, yeah, it becomes a lot more likely that Cliff is taken to 2 by Jackson. Yeah, nomming Jackson to begin with was a bad move, right? Because, like, didn't Chrissy... Chrissy also still had her, like, veto thing, right? Didn't she still have a power that she could have used in, like, a certain situation? I forgot exactly how it worked. Or is that... No, that's the Bella round, isn't it? That's not the Jackson round, right? I'm thinking of. Highest pre-merge boots in new era? Like, okay, so Voce... Was Voce really the highest 41 boot? I guess that is... kind of makes sense. Oh, Jenny's probably 1. Actually, I guess like Matthew, kind of. I don't know.
それより
Matthew or Jenny,
君も来て
or
くれた
really even Sean. uh,
この寺台に井上さん
I
殺し
think
た
bottom
坂本龍馬
is
という土佐者が潜んでいる
probably Voce, then NECA,
ああ分かっている
and
だが
then
君は必要ないこの件は私と武田の5番隊でやらせてもらおう
I think top is
なんだ
Jenny,
君は新入りの
then
隊長だ
Matthew, then
全
Sean.
ての池田の一件しかり敵を取り逃すようなことをされては困る
Should Cliff taking out Tommy at 5? I think he's in a losing position either way.
とにかく余計な手出しは結構
I agree with his decision to take out Tommy at the time.
参謀は私の指揮下にある
I still see the argument for it.
ここの指揮は一番隊に取らせてもらうで
But I think in retrospect, I think I probably maybe would lean the other way. I don't know.
君ま
Like
で
it's tough because like I think he
まあ
like he has no real path to
今さっき局長と会ったんやけど
like the end, right? Like I don't think he wins, or I don't think he can win any of the end game comps.
局長が
But by keeping Tommy in the game, obviously it's not keeping a duo.
何
So where like I think it's more likely that Jackson takes him to 2, though it also makes it probably more likely he gets taken out at 4. Which to be fair again he gets taken out 4 anyway, but
任せじゃないだろう
at least in the real life situation though, he's like kind of unlucky in being taken out at 4.
なもしそんなにそうだったら切腹も
I guess unlucky is not really the right term because he literally hands Nicole the HOH, which opens it up for him to be taken out at 4. But again, that's probably like the biggest like. Again, I think like again, I think Cliff for the most part plays plays pretty optimally. I think that's the one point where like he's not playing particularly optimally, where like he like makes a deal for like Nicole to win the HOH, which just puts him in more danger at 4. So I think a 16, 17-year-old on Survivor, hopefully not. I would not put it past them though to like really try for it, but I would say probably not. Again, like just made that like announcement back in like what? Survivor, that was the 40 finale, right? They made that announcement that like, oh, 16, 17-year-olds apply for the show. You can possibly get on. It's like we haven't had any, and it's been like 6 seasons later. So like I feel like that was probably shut down, right? Yeah, I think in retrospect the move is probably the split up Jackson and Holly. Especially considering like Jackson just again like completely comps out at the end. Because it's like I could see so like with Holly there, like Holly is someone that like, again like can't like Tommy is someone that's a bigger jury threat than Holly, also someone that's more likely to win endgame comps than Holly. So that's obviously a big danger point for you, but it's also a target ahead of you, more so than Holly, where obviously Jackson's going to target Tommy moving forward, as opposed to you. But if you like somehow get to the end with Tommy, you probably end up losing. What'd you miss? Not much. I go to work at 8 a.m. Well, that's bad. It's what, 7 hours away? I mean, good luck.
はじめちゃん覗いてみる案外例の坂本龍馬かもしれんで
Is there a Hollis Cliff take? I mean, again, that's the same debate. It's like maybe, but also if he betrays Jackson, then like, is he still gonna like stick to the deal? Because yeah, like I think about like again, like I think Jackson was aware of the fact that Cliff was a bigger jury threat than Nicole. So we're like, I think he knew that okay, if it's okay, if I get to the end of Cliff, I'm less likely to win than against Nicole. But obviously had a final 2 with Cliff, had a closer like personal relationship with Cliff. So it's like it's a matter of like, does he stick to that final 2 deal, or does he go for what he thinks is the more likely path to a win? Which I think he'll go to ladder, which is why I don't think it's necessarily a guarantee that he would take Cliff to the end. But again, it's debatable. Nice to work Thursdays. Housing privilege, boo, you can only be so high because of that. Wait, honestly, for a pre-merge boot, you can only be so yeah. Um, which again is also like the tough thing when it comes to like when I ranked every player, like how high can I really put someone like a Swaggy, who like I don't think did like again did stuff wrong, but like didn't do as much wrong as like people that made it a lot further in the game. But it's also like he literally was voted out week 2. B21 final 2 scenarios are boring. Let's talk about Dutch Vanderland's character. I mean, he's a good character. He has a plan. That is the thing he has, or does he? I mean, yeah, like I think the like obviously like why make the minimum age though 16 if you don't intend on actually having a 16-year-old make it on the show at some point. Like you would think the point of that is to actually intend on having a 16-year-old on the show, but again they shouldn't. So don't do that. 3 most likely attorneys from BB20. Like on a future season, like at this point, probably Casey, Tyler again, and is there another? I'm actually like really thinking about it. Is there another? I don't even think there is another. I'm like maybe Brett, maybe Haley. But I don't even think, like, they want it, from what I understand. Where I think, like, Haley's talking about being done reality TV. Again, Brad, I don't know if they... It's either that they don't want him or he doesn't want it, because, like, why wasn't he on 22 then? And it's, again, like, I think Casey is someone that I think they would bring back, and she would probably still say yes. Though, to be fair, like, she's gonna have a kid, right? It's like I don't know if she would want to do that after that, but like at least like a year or 2 ago, I think she would have said yes. I don't think they're coming back. I think they've forgotten about like Caitlyn, and to be fair, I don't think Rachel was ever that likely. I think she was always like a dark horse pick, but at this point, I think yeah, not happening. Where Caitlyn, again, I think they really liked at the time. Yeah, there's been no mention of Caitlyn since PP21. Outside of her puzzle, I guess that is still a thing that's mentioned, but like no mention of like Caitlyn herself, and like made no appearances or anything. So it's like I don't know. Where am I going? Where am I supposed to go here? Oh, cool. No, go around the corner, please. Thank you. Oh, here. Yeah, again, she came back for a comp in B21, as I later said. It's like the last time they even like mentioned her was the season immediately following it. Again, but that was as like a joke though, of like it's not like as a like it's more so like a joke about the situation that she was in, more so than like about Caitlyn herself. Or I think like Caitlyn's puzzle, like that moment is still going to be a lasting moment in Big Brother history. Like that's still going to be a thing that's mentioned. But in terms of like the actual, like in terms of like Caitlyn as a player, I don't think that's in their minds anymore. Or like someone that they're like going to actually bring back. Which again, like really the thing at the end of the day is that like Big Brother just doesn't have that many returnees anyway. It's like most people just aren't going to return. So like by the time of the next returnee season, it's like none of these people are coming back at this point, outside of Casey and Tyler. Who do I want to win HOH next? I don't really care who wins HOH. It really doesn't matter. I guess like I think my ideal would be Todd going at 4, so I guess, like, I don't know, Bailey, HOH, Lexus, Vito. Or Anthony Vito, obviously. Like, my ideal, like, at this point, like, I wouldn't be opposed to either Anthony or Bailey winning. I think both are pretty decent options. Lexus winning is like whatever, like not as good of an option, but like not terrible either. It's not like this like, you know, this thing that's gonna sour the season or anything. Todd winning would be what the fuck? What the fuck are we doing with this season if Todd wins? But again, I think there's like interesting stuff to get from both an Anthony and a Bailey win. Where I think both are like two of the best BB Can winners, for whatever that's worth. So again, like I think with Bailey, it's like I don't know what is she like third or fourth best BB Can winner. Anthony would be third probably in terms of the winner ranking. But also again, like if Anthony wins, that's obviously like a massive like boon for his legacy. So I think he's in the conversation of best BB Can or BB player of all time. And then even if Bailey, like Bailey, I think is also like again at least top 10 BB Can player, like in the conversation for that. Okay, where am I going? Okay, please go. Why am I getting stuck on like the most random shit? Oh wait. Okay, so it wants me to go here. Here? Oh, cool. Oh, Bailey's definitely better than Sarah Hanlon. Like, it's not even a question. Honestly, I can't wait for that captain season. Anthony Lexus Final 2 Dream scenario? Why? I guess if you want an Anthony win, then yeah. I would personally, like, I think my ideal situation would be Bailey Anthony Final 2 with probably Anthony winning. I think in terms of like what I would want to get out of this season, I think that's probably my ideal. But also again, Bailey winning would also be very good too. Even again, also Bailey beating Anthony at the end is also like has its like merits to it too. These guys, like I still think like Bailey is like again, a pretty good player in the grand scheme of things. Okay, cool. Fuck. Is Bailey in danger in 4? I think she's probably in the least amount of danger. Everyone's in danger theoretically, but I think like she's in the least amount of danger. Like I think the only situation where Bailey goes home is if it would be what Todd wins HOH, Lexus wins veto. Like I think that's the only situation where Bailey goes home. Maybe I think you can debate between if Anthony wins veto. But anyway, Todd would have to win HOH, I think, for Bailey to even be in danger. Because I think outside that, I think like if Lexus or Bailey, obviously Bailey wins HOH, Bailey's safe. If Lexus wins HOH, then Todd is keeping her, and I think Anthony's keeping her over Todd. I would debate, like, I think I would have to debate her Paris. I think right now I'm leaning towards above. But I don't know. I think, like, Paris's game throughout the entire season was a lot more consistent, kind of. Where, like, I think she was a lot safer throughout a lot more of the game. But I think Bailey probably plays more optimally for a lot more of the game. But again, it's like kind of a situation where like she's doing so kind of by accident. Yeah, Brian Hart. How dare you forget Brian Hart? Imagine Brian Hart was on BB11. How to rank the Spy Kids movies? I haven't watched them forever, but I love Spy Kids 3. I watched that movie like a billion times. I'll probably go 3. Like I don't think I ever watched Beyond 3, but I would go 3, 1, 2. Even though like technically I think like the actual quality ranking is probably 1, 2, 3. But I love 3 at the time. I still hate Paris's move to keep Kayla over Allie. 2, 1, 3 is 2 popular? I didn't even know 2 was popular. But anyway, yeah, I loved 3 at the time. Like, I watched it over and over and over again as a kid. Because again, it's them being in a video game. That was the thing I liked at the time. Watching movies that had you be in a video game. Because I also loved the Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase, or whatever that movie was called. Oh, 100%. Again, the movie sucks. Like, the movie, like, technically sucks. It's just I watched it a lot. And I have, like, nostalgia for the movie. The movie's not good. Seen all 5? I'm actually surprised there's only 5. I assumed there was more. Because I knew there was, like, a 4th one, like I don't know, like 10 years later or so, right? And then I thought, like, Netflix did more or something, didn't they? Did they only do, like, one more? Do I think God stays in heaven because he's in fear of what he's created? Is that a quote from it? Let's see. Yeah. Why iconic line? How long is this clip?
God stays in heaven because.
Anyway, oh, is it a Netflix animated series? Oh, that's kind of underwhelming. I could not tell you any other Scooby-Doo animated movie outside of Cyber Chase. Does Paris survive Final 5 over Maddie due to due to her own work or due to Kayla and Derek playing poorly? I think it's due to her own work. Like, I think it, like, she... I forgot exactly how it played out, but it was because Maddie was propped up as more of a threat, because people assumed that Maddie, like, was a bigger threat, which I'm pretty sure, like, Paris played a factor into that, like, earlier in the game. There was kind of dividends from that, and they also just had a closer relationship with Paris than they did to Maddie. Chance of Cody or Jess returning BB? I mean, possible. Like, I mean, I think the issue is them actually caring enough to do it at this point, where, like, they have, like, a billion fucking kids and everything. I think Jess is more likely than Cody. Where obviously Cody's just controversial, but even beyond that, I think Cody doesn't seem to want to do it that much. Or I think Jess coming out of 19 was always like, I want to play again, but was just like, I think she was pregnant at the time, 22, right? And again, who knows what's going to happen now, but... So I think Jess is more likely to say yes, but I don't think she'll actually ever play again. If Jess is ever not pregnant, it'll be possible. Is she pregnant now? What's her last name? Nixon, right? Yeah, Jessica Nixon. Favorite person. She's not pregnant now. So, there's a chance. Do they literally just have another kid, though? How many kids do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4? That's way too many. Are they all daughters, too? Yeah, 4 kids together, and then, yeah, his one from previous. That's kind of insane. Yeah, so are they like the modern Rob and Amber? Or like they just like have 4 daughters? She's clearly often pregnant. Yeah. I wonder why. Andy's BB 12 run is worse than 7 overall. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Still not bad, though. Well, the thing is, like, I think Anthony comes into the game in a much worse position on 12. And I think, like, he probably has, like, more impressive individual plays on this season. So it's like, when looking at, like, BB Can 7, like, he does a very good job at, like, keeping the pretty boys together. He, like, is, again, this, like, great, like, hype man, this guy that, like, gives people orders. People like, again, this guy that's like in the background, but I don't think there's like what is like the most impressive like individual move that Anthony makes on that season. It's like I'm not sure what that is. Like, I mean, there's like things of like, okay, he like gets Dane to cut his own allies towards the end game, like stuff like that. But like, there's not like really this like one like big move for Anthony there, especially one that he does like on his own. Where like there's like, okay, targeting Sam, but it's like that's something he does like with Dane. Yeah, like getting Mackie out, getting Kaylin out, like those are things he does with Dane. Right, I think that's like, again, like I think with 7, it's like there's not really this like big like move he does on his own. Or like I feel like with 12, it's like, okay, you have him like tricking Vivek into blindsiding Dennis. You have, again, like you can qualm with like him getting rid of Victoria, but still like the execution of the move he does like near flawlessly, of being able to like get Bailey and Todd to turn against Victoria. You have obviously the Kayla move, getting Victoria to turn against Kayla. That's also very impressive. It's like he has these like bigger like individual moves on this season than he does on BB 7, even though his like game as a whole is a lot less consistent. I mean, is his Final Five move in BB Can 7 is a non-move, really. It's like a move like, okay, he like could have taken out Dane, but then doesn't, and like backtracks on it, which is like not that great. Which like it works out for him, where like Dane doesn't end up like Dane obviously takes him to the final 2 and like all that sort of stuff. But it's like again, like him like openly showing his distrust to Dane and then still keeping in the game is still like questionable. I wouldn't say he couldn't win BB Can 7. Like he could if certain comps went the right way. Like again, like he beats Kira. Like if Kira won that final HOH, he wins the game. You know, was that ever happening? No. But it's like there were scenarios where he wins. Just that, like, again, when we're looking at like comp results and everything, then no, he doesn't win. But like that didn't matter though. Getting Kira to cut Mark. Like Mark was going anyway. It's like he didn't need Kira to be on board. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's impressive that he was able to keep Kira on his side after that and everything. But like, that's not like a thing he needed to do. Am I going the right way? Like, that's not like a thing that yeah, it's not like a game-changing move there. Like, it's not like, again, like, it's not like him getting Dennis out, him getting Kayla out, him getting Victoria out. Where is this? Okay, oh, fuck off. I think, like, we go through this fucking thing, like, a billion fucking times. And it's always, like, on the complete other side of the map from where we are. Like, that's what, like, 90% of this game has been. Is me just running around the fucking map because it fucking puts me, like, on the opposite side of the objective. That's always the same fucking place. Yeah, Kira wasn't great. Obviously. All you need to do is win final HOH? Or we're talking about Anthony? No, because he would have taken Dane and lost. Which again is the issue with Anthony to begin with, is that, especially on BBK7, is that he was too low to his number 1 ally. And again, that's why I still say to this day that I think Dane is the better player of the two. Like, even though I think Dane like has like probably more like strategic missteps on that season than Anthony does, I still think Dane is the overall like better player. And again, I think this season could have, like, again, Anthony could have probably proved himself to be better than Dane through the season. Yeah, I think with how the season has gone, I don't think it's going to be enough for me. Even if he does go on the win, but it'll be close though if he does win. Obviously, if he doesn't win, then it's just a no. Um, where am I going? Okay. But yeah, actually, I never even talked about the fact that I am fully caught up on both my BB review and my Amazing Race review at this point. Where I made that Survivor 50 video, which was like a last second decision, which will be coming out tomorrow. I am caught up on the BB review up until obviously this week. And same thing with the Amazing Race, obviously, up until tonight. But yeah, BB review is on pace to be a bit shorter than the BB 11 review. Like, I'm thinking it's going to be a little bit over 2 hours. Where, like, I believe last year it was like 2 hours, 33 minutes. I think this will probably be closer to, like, I don't know, like 2:05 or something. Where, again, like, I feel like we just did not have... Like, it's kind of this weird thing where, like, I think the digital dailies as a whole were better this season. Yeah, I feel like we got less, like, actual new stuff from them, though. Where, like, VBCan 11, even though the digital dailies were shit, it's like, it feels like most of the content that was there was like, actually, like, new content. Where the digital dailies this season, it feels like it was simply just, like, extra stuff from the scenes that we see in the actual show. So, because I feel like we have, like, less information, on what actually happened for a lot of the season. So through that, there's kind of, like, just less to talk about. I don't know. Again, if he loses, I don't think I'll put him better than Kevin Jacobs. If he wins, then yeah, I think he would be at that point. But if he, like, goes to the end and loses the jury vote, then I'm like, I think Kevin's still probably better. It is still, again, if he gets to the end twice, though, it's still very impressive, but... And, like, it would make him, like, a much more solidified 3. So where at that point, it would be, like... You would have to play a very impressive winning game to be better than him, essentially. But, yeah, I think as of right now, like, if he doesn't win, I think he'll probably be stuck at 3, though. But yeah, so also, yeah, again, caught up on Amazing Race review. It's going to be shorter than my 35 review, but not as short as I thought it was going to be. Where again, I thought it was going to be like 35 minutes. Yeah, it's already 27 minutes, which is, again, not that long in the grand scheme of things, but there's still, what, like 4 episodes I have to write, or 3? There's 2 more episodes after today, right? Or is it 3 more episodes after today? Either way, I mean, like, I think the video will probably be around 40-ish minutes. It's probably going to be on pace with the, like, 34, 33 reviews. How is Bailey a good player? I mean, like, I've talked about it a lot, but it's like, it's, like, Bailey is someone that is very effective in the game. But I think I think the qualms are the fact that, again, like, she's not really, like, early on, I don't think she was aware of her position in the game. But despite that, she was still able to get things to go her way. She was still able to get people like Victoria to do things that were in her best interest by convincing them of her point of view, even though her point of view wasn't the real point of view. To where, again, like, the fact that she's this far into the game with Todd still there is indication of how good of a player she is. Like, that is purely on her. Like, she was able to convince Victoria that Todd was an integral number for them when he simply wasn't. Like, Victoria did not need Todd. Todd was someone that was actually working against a lot what Victoria wanted a lot of the time. Yeah, Victoria was convinced by Bailey that Todd was someone that they needed for their games. Because, again, like, the way that Bailey viewed the game is that, okay, the all women's alliance was the true alliance. But for Victoria, that wasn't the true alliance. The alliance was hot chocolate. Yet Bailey didn't know that, yet would be so convincing in her arguments that it would make Victoria think that what Bailey wanted was what was actually good for her, when it wasn't. And again, Bailey's in this position now where she wins against everybody. Like I think she literally beats all four of the, or all, yeah, all. Well, she beats the other three. I don't know. She beats everyone left. And really, I mean, even before this, like I think outside Victoria, I think she beats pretty much everybody. I guess you could argue against Kayla and Avery, but yeah, I think she beats a lot of people at the end. Turkey, I think if she gets to the end at this point, I think it's just like it's like near unanimous for her. I mean, like yeah, if she gets to the end against Anthony, I think Anthony's at best getting Alexis and maybe Tola. Which even Tola, I don't even think is a guarantee. Where Tola was annoyed at Anthony for not voting for him at the end, while again it's like continuously praising Bailey's game. Which again is funny because like I think Bailey is someone that like again did not do like the great story management with Tola. Where I think her entire like reaction to Tola's speech is just so stupid. What is this? Wing flavors? Sure. I don't think I've even tried a lot of these. Yeah, it's like I'm too fair. I mean, like I guess like a lot of these I have tried, but like, what's the difference between spicy Korean and Korean barbecue? I guess like the fact that it's spicy. But I don't know. I don't think I've ever had honey mustard wings. I never had Old Bay. Never had ranch. Bad episode for Kenzie. Yeah, but like not enough. Like I don't think it was a like. I think when looking at like the other people, it's like okay, Charlie is probably about the same. I think Maria is up, but it's like not enough. Like it's just too late. I think Ben's same. Liz, I guess, is like theoretically up, but like it doesn't matter. And Venus and Q are done anyway. I Mustard and Old Bay are iconic. Well, where do you even get Old Bay wings from? Is Bailey better than Netta and Aika? I don't know. Probably not. I mean, like, but not better than Netta, I don't think. Maybe better than Aika, especially if she wins. I think if she wins, she is better than Aika. If she doesn't, then no. Yeah, that's again, that's the part of it that's bad about Kenzie. But again, I don't think it's enough. Because again, I think the entire thing was like, I can't get to the end of Tiffany, and now she's not going to get to the end of Tiffany. Like I think the thing about Kenzie in this episode is that the fact that she was even like given like somewhat decent content at all, I think is still like surprising there. Considering it's like she could have been like the Venus, right? Where it's like, why even bother showing her? Which again, like also would have its pros to it too, right? Like obviously, like if she's not shown, they'll be like, oh, we're just protecting her. But we still got to see her perspective on things. Like even though it's like a move that didn't go through, it's still one that we got to see like why she wants it to happen. So like, I don't think it's like completely like damning content. And again, it's also again like in comparison to just everybody else, I think her edit is just like far and away better up to this point. Where like her edit, like actually this is the thing too that I didn't realize. I started briefly working on the 45 review or 46 review. Like I got through like the intro, and like rewatching Tevin's intro speech, like he's essentially describing Kenzie's run, isn't he? Like when he talks about, fuck, I don't have it open. God damn it.
俺もあんたらを騙していたんだ。
Where is
名
it?
前を偽っている。
Here, you have to be vulnerable and authentically yourself, but adapt to the difficulties that you will definitely face. Like, I feel like that is, like, one for one, like, Kenzie's story on this season. Towards, like, it feels like Kenzie is, like, definitely the protagonist of this, like, Yanu group. That is, like, so, like their entire, like, story early on was, like, how much adversity they faced and how, like, coming into the merge, they are the underdogs. How they edit Ben if he won? Probably a better premiere. Better merge episode. Outside of that, to be honest, not that much different. I think probably like a little bit more complexity at more points in the season. But I think the big criticism for me is the fact that he's like, again, the merge episode and the in the premiere are like these two like very important like setup episodes, and Ben's content in those episodes are pretty lackluster. As in, he was pretty much invisible the merge episode, and then premiere, I believe he only got like one confessional. It wasn't one of that much substance. Kenzie or D gameplay wise? D. Even though, to be fair, I think I've gone down on D's game, but it's still D though. Group in Maryland, so it's regional? Probably. I know there's like Old Bay Spices if you want to like buy in the store and stuff, but I've never done that. Yeah, like out of these, it's like, okay, I've tried like even Carolina Gold. I don't actually think I've even tried that actually. Like I feel like I know what it would taste like, but I don't think I've ever actually had proper Carolina Gold wings. Ken's not playing that good of a game. She's the Marianne spot. Kind of, yeah. Where I think she comes into the merge, like, seemingly on the bottom of her group. Not really, though. I think at the end of the day, I do think she was closer to Tiffany than Q was to Tiffany. Though also Q was involving her in the +1 alliance, so, and that was something. Is this the first chapter I'm finishing today? Oh, well, that's fucking depressing. It took 2.5 hours. Yeah, I realized that. I said it wrong. I said it, like the Survivor player, right? Like Carolina Eastwood. Because again, obviously I always have Carolina Eastwood on my mind. Opinions on Tim Spicer? He's fine. I think his like game on this season is not that bad, especially considering his placement. I still think he like misplays the merge. I think like him like just being like too openly loyal to Sega is a bit of an issue, and also like just Sega as a whole coming in trying to be like looked at as a solidified group is just kind of dumb. So it's like I think he definitely like misplays that, but like I don't think he's that bad of a player. Oh, 100%. I think the edit portrays him as like a bit aloof, right? Which is like I mean obviously he could be lying, but like post game the way he describes it, at least, is that he like his true #1 ally was Ben. But like when he was asked about his +1 and everything, he said Maria because he didn't want to expose that he was closer to Ben. He didn't trust that alliance from the very beginning. Yeah, Carolina Eastwood is Tokenchin's first boot. Boot rank for Quebec? I have not fucking looked at it in forever. Because I haven't fucking seen someone because yeah, I didn't rank Audrey and Raph. Because they're still on the edge. Oh fuck, I opened the wrong thing. Yeah, I have Charlie 1, Olivier 2, Caroline 3, Marie Noel 4, and then Annabelle's one that you can't really rate. We'll try. Oh, yeah, I'll definitely play Stellar Blade at some point. I generally want to play it. I don't know when I'll play it, but I'll definitely play it before my year in gaming video. Tiffany 46 or Shan 41? Shan 41. I think Tiffany might be the better player. I think Shan's 41 game is better. I should probably give Chris Underwood a better premiere in Edge of Extinction. I mean, Chris Underwood, and like, and that was like a very different circumstance. Where for them, I think they looked at it as like Chris's storyline doesn't start until the Edge. Like, this is like very different from Ben's, who's like there the entire time. But he's like, really, Chris's storyline is like, I can't play the perfect game, and like that's something that doesn't start until he's on the Edge. Like, it's as if like Chris Underwood isn't even a character on the show until he gets onto the Edge. Yeah, from Chalapal Tribe, that person. Nothing Ben calling Q a bully. Yeah, I didn't love that. Not a pretty good look for me. Where, like, it does seem like there's a lot, like, it definitely feels like Ben and Q, like, really hate each other, right? But we're not really being shown that much of that. Outside of, like, obviously these, like, offhand comments from Ben. But it does seem like Ben, like, genuinely hates Q. What have you posted this season where the first two boots had a chance to come back into the game? No, not really. Again, I don't mind people coming back into the game. I just don't want those people to win. Like, I've said this before, I don't mind Edge of Extinction if it's only pre-merge. I don't mind Redemption Island if it's only pre-merge. I think it's when we fucking have it all the way coming into the finale. I think that's where it's ridiculous. But I don't mind, like, these sort of twists, as long as those people don't win the game. Like, I don't mind, like, them coming back and affecting how the rest of the game is played, and people having to adapt to playing with them. But again, I think if, like, yeah, if someone comes back to the game from that and then wins, then, yeah, that's kind of underwhelming. He says Ben's going to be powerful, and I mean, that's what a lot of people are saying. Which is the strange thing about Ben's edit. Which kind of makes me think, like, is Ben going to be this, like, fallen angel? Is, like, he going to be the person that, like, we're supposed to be, like, thinking of as a good player that gets cut at the very end? Because, like, why are we getting these, like, constant confessions that, like, oh, Ben, what a great social game Ben has. Like, it does feel weird. Which is really the only thing keeping him alive, Edgic-wise. So I had Liz over Q in the moment. I understand both sides. Like, if I was there, I would take Liz. I do think I would genuinely feel bad for Liz to where I would take her. But I understand both sides. I mean, again, like, for Q, it's like, again, Liz literally just voted for you and wanted you out. Literally the only person that wanted you out over Hunter the previous round. Again, you don't owe Liz anything. I mean, I think it's like, for Liz, it's like, again, you actually thinking that Q's gonna take you when, like, you literally were trying to get him out, it's like, that's pretty stupid. But I also understand Liz's perspective. Like, yeah, I mean, like, again, if anyone, like, deserves to go on this, then, yeah, it's her. I mean, again, she's someone that, again, hasn't been able to eat anything. Also someone that, again, has a personal connection to Applebee's. Again, I get it. But, like, again, Q doesn't owe her anything. Fish Artful Escape and Untitled Loose Game? You played both? Since last stream, I think I've only played, like, 2 hours of Tactica. Which I'm over halfway! Finally! So that's something. Yeah, I've only played, like, 2 hours of Tactica and, like, the daily runs. But, yeah, what'd you think of, Artful Escape? Untitled Goose Game I only played like an hour of. Never went back to it. What do you think is next boot? Probably Q. I think it'll probably be a rather lackluster Q vote. I think Venus getting the final 3 makes more sense edit-wise than Liz. Maybe. I don't know. I'm debating the two. I mean, like, if Venus is 3, I feel like Liz has to be Final 4 fire making. I don't really see her going out any other spot. Besides Merit, yeah. Rewatched the Sound of the Stern. I forgot how Josh and Baylor were a duo. Kind of. I mean, Baylor wanted to work with Josh at least. Josh had a lot of options, but yeah. Q ruined my game? Yeah, she did say that, right? At least something close to it. I mean, he talks about preparing a relationship with Tiffany, yet doesn't with Liz. But the thing is, like, he never had a relationship with Liz. Like, he had a relationship with Tiffany. Again, that's why he takes Tiffany and Kenzie, because he had a relationship with them, because he was on Yanu with them. With Liz, like, he never had a relationship. Should never explain why Baylor flipped on Nadia. Did it not? Like, isn't it just that she was working with Josh? Finish each in a day. I forgot, was Artful Escape really that short? Let's see. I thought it was use game I could see. But for some reason I was thinking Artful Escape was like an 8-hour game. Maybe it's not. Oh, it's only like 4 hours. Okay. Huh. I mean, the thing is, like, I think that explains why Baylor votes for Nadia, but it doesn't explain why Josh votes for Baylor. But then that explains that in episode 2, doesn't it? It's weird in the promo, showed Kenzie saying it's either me or you, girl. And she never said that in the episode. Who'd she say that to? She said it to Tiff? Or what? Artful Escape, I feel like I would have liked more if I was into that type of music. I think it was a bit long for... Yeah, I feel like that's something I remembered too. I just never was that invested in the story and felt like it kind of dragged, which is why I think I assumed it was longer than 4 hours. She made a self-interested decision and self-interested game. Like, I don't know what Liz was expecting. Yeah, but yeah, I understand Liz's perspective, but yeah, I don't think Q owes her anything there. At this point, 43, who are the highest on Edgically? I believe Cody. Right? Let's see. I can literally look up the chart. So episode 10. Oh, actually, by episode 10, I had Cassidy one. Cody was on one after episode 9, though. What happened in episode 10? Doesn't Noel boot, right? What happened in Noel boot? That made me drop out on Cody. I don't even remember anymore. It is funny how I had Jesse 6 at that point. Like, I literally had Jesse 6 out of 7 coming out of episode 10. Gabler 3 after episode 10. I had Carla 2. I don't know why the fuck Carla was that high. I literally have Carla 2 there, and then the next episode I drop her to 6. So, but I don't know why the fuck I have Carla 2 at that point. But yeah, Gabler was 3. Next, after that, he becomes number 2 for the next 2 episodes. Yeah, Ben is 3, but Ben's also not winning though. Again, Gabler's edit is stronger than Ben's. Like, really, Gabler's... Actually, I literally just rewatched 43. I think Gabler's edit is stronger than I remembered. Where, again, I think the criticisms, again, are the negativity that gets in the pre-merge. Outside of that, like, Gabler's edit is actually pretty decent. So, we're like, I think if you rewatch 43, it's not as much of a, like, what the fuck sort of win as you would think it would be. I should probably buy things. Playing Unpacking right now. I always wanted to play Unpacking. Like, it just feels like a super, like, chill game to play. But I don't know when I'll ever do it, though. Dude, I just have too much shit I want to play. I say they're not winning yet by the end of the season. We're shocked with who won. I mean, I think that's only happened, like, with, what, Erica? Which even then, by Erica, like, by this point in the season, I believe I had Erica at 1, didn't I? Yeah, I had Erica at 1 by this point in the season. And like so with Erica and Gabler, I said that both at the merge, right? But by this point in the season, I looked at both of them as people that can win. Though to be fair, Gabler I definitely less so than obviously Erica. Yeah, Marianne I had at what, 2? Jam I had at 1. Dia actually had it 2 after this episode. After episode 10. I literally had Dia at like 1 the entire, like from episode 5 on, except for episode 10. Is Charlie 1 or 2? Charlie's 2. Wait, what am I doing here? Am I supposed to go here? I think the thing with Charlie is that, like, I just feel like Charlie's edit just feels too, like, game body to me. And, like, it is weird because, like, we are getting these, like, and he does get, like, some personal content in the premiere. Like, even this episode, we got, like, the random thing about him mentioning, like, grip strength and everything. It's like, why is that really there? It's like, he is getting, like, some superfluous content like that. But, like, outside that, his game just feels like there's no, like, his edit feels like there's no real, like, substance to it. It just feels like it's there because he's important to the season, more so than, like, there's actually, like, something going on with him. There's actually this, like, long-term storyline going on here. Where, like, with Kenzie, there is this storyline happening. Like, Kenzie, like, essentially perfectly fits into, like, the new era winner edit. Where it's like, if you look at her pre-merge, it's actually, like, pretty, like, similar to, like, Jam. In, like, how her, like, content is distributed and how that content is, like, portrayed. Caleb's pretty likely, yeah. I did like Untitled Goose Game, though. Interesting. I probably should go back and play. Again, I played, like, an hour of it and just never played it again, but I didn't dislike what I played. It's just that I was like, there's probably games that I probably like, because I think that was when I was trying to play the games of the generation or whatever when I was doing that video, and I was like, there's probably games that would be higher on the list than this. Is Charlie like Drew Basile? I think it's different than Drew Basile. Like, Drew had more complexity to him. Drew had, like, this storyline early on about how, like, oh, there's two sides of me. Like, I have, like, Drew and I have Basile. But, like, Charlie, like, what is Charlie's story on this season? Like, I genuinely don't really know. Outside of, okay, he's, like, super close to Maria. Was this Q's live reaction? Nice tribal watch party. Dude, I love how much Q is, like, really, like, playing in to everything, which I don't, like, it probably just is genuinely Q. But, yeah, Q definitely is, like, all-time great character. Best theme for Brad Reese return? I don't know. Again, early boots only. It's not happening, though. What, how Liz gets under the whole season until this episode where she gets 11 confessionals. Yeah. I mean, yeah, to be fair, she wasn't under-ed during the Tab and Boot episode, but yeah. That's my Ultimate Alliance playthrough for Games Generation. That was last generation. Well, at least last generation at the time I made that video. Technically 2 generations ago now. I would actually like to do that, though. I always want to do a top 10, top 25 games, I guess, for the what was that, 8th or 7th generation? I don't remember generations anymore. That was 7th generation, right? The 360 PS3 generation. Charlie's Swifty. That is a thing. By the way, I forgot about. So I rewatched the first 15 minutes or 10 minutes of the premiere, the intro scene essentially, of 46. And it is funny how that's literally his introduction. It is Hunter says that. Which, by the way, how the fuck did they prompt Hunter to talk about Taylor Swift? Because Hunter's saying that there's people that I don't know if I'll get along with, like Taylor Swift fans, and we cut the fucking Charlie talking about being a Swiftie. That definitely had to be prompted, right? How the fuck would he just randomly mention Taylor Swift fans? But I don't know. But yeah, it's funny that it's literally the introduction to Charlie though, is he's a Taylor Swift fan. And then if also he does mention that, oh yeah, I went to Harvard, I'm not gonna let people know that. But that's not really much. And I think that plays against the theme, right? The theme of the season seems to be authenticity and being yourself. At least part of the theme is. Which I don't know. Is that really a great introduction for him if he's going on Twin? Then again, too, for Kenzie's introduction is her talking about she's going to the disco or something fucking weird like that. I forgot what the exact line was. But again, I'm only through the intro scene, so we'll see what I feel after going through the rest of the premiere. But yeah, what was Kenzie's confessional? Yeah, waiting for the club to open. She's ready to party. Ultimate Alliance for all generations? Sure. How's Q taken out if he's such a goat? I mean, he was the #1 target this episode until the last second. I think for him, it kind of goes beyond being a goat. Where I don't think people are thinking about him as someone that they're going to take to the end and beat. I think they're just thinking about him as just an expendable person. Where outside Maria, I don't think anyone, and then maybe Charlie, but I don't think anyone's really think of him as someone that we gotta get to the end of Q. Yeah, I played Among Us back when it was popular for a little bit. I would like to probably get play more of those sort of games. Where I watch a lot of people playing those sort of games, but I haven't played much of those games. So I would like to, I literally have Goose Goose Duck installed on my PC. I just haven't actually properly played it. And it's gonna be Paul. I mean, possible, very possible. Imagine Taylor Swift sends Survivor cease and desist letter. I assume you mean. I assume she's fine with it, right? Imagine Liz saying the. By the way, fucking Gabler got mentioned this episode. I found that funny. And Charlie brought up a state of Alaska or whatever, right? The one of the things that Gabler shouted out during his thing. 100 best games of the generation. Is this okay? This is the generation that I did my video on. Fucking Valhalla is 71. Fuck that. Dude, Valhalla wouldn't even qualify for my list because that technically comes out after the generation ends, right? Because it was a launch game, wasn't it? Witcher 3 1, God of War 2, Bloodborne 3, Titanfall 2 4. That's pretty high. In retrospect, I regret not having Titanfall 2 in my top 25. I really should have. What Remains of Edith Finch number 8? That's way too high, right? Oh, I didn't even look at your thing. 85? What's number 85? Tales from the Borderlands? That's kind of random, but I do like it. Actually, wait, it was number 25 on mine, wasn't it? Didn't that make the top 25? Fucking Lego Marvel Superheroes made the top list. Yeah, it's kind of a random group. How did I feel if Q won? I would like it. I mean, like, not great gameplay wise, but it would be fun TV at least. Just kind of Liz, same vibes, being rich and want the million. I mean, I guess. How rich is Liz actually? Well, obviously there's a lot of jokes about like how rich she is, and she obviously claims to be very rich, but I wonder how rich she actually is. Who I think is finding the idol? I don't know. I mean, you never know those sort of things. Really could be anybody. Why would they keep Q this round? They're just gonna get him out next because they need to get rid of Tiffany for idol. Like that's literally the only reason why it happens. Like if it wasn't for that, then Q would have gone home this round. Like if Tiffany didn't have an idol, Q 100% goes this episode. But again, the problem with making this move now, or like after, like with this move having been made now, is that like, who is keeping Q around? Like outside Charlie and Maria, like they're literally the only ones that want to keep Q around. Where it's like, again, like Venus and Kenzie have now voted against him numerous times. Ben hates Q. Only reason he voted with them is to get rid of Tiffany and get rid of her idol. Liz, same thing, hates Q. Like, who is keeping Q at this point? Like, I think only way Q stays in the game is through winning immunities or finding the idol. Which, again, also would be fun if Q found the idol and gets voted out with it. Oh my god, dude, it's the same fucking building. Fuck this game. Do I get the criticism of Kenzie be overexposed? I do. Which, again, was my main criticism. I mean, that's literally what I talked about a lot when, like, at the time, like, the mid-season power ranking and everything, right? I don't think it's as much of an issue now, as I do feel like her edit has, like, been a bit less consistent. Like, she's, like, with this episode, again, she's not, like, the main character of this episode or anything. She's not, like, super, super prominent. What was it, 2 episodes ago, was it? She also had a bit of a cooldown to where, like, I don't think it's as much of an issue now, especially considering I think you can justify the early overexposure, considering the fact that, again, like, it was a situation where, like, her tribe was going tribal over and over and over again. So, like, she had to be involved to some degree, and then in episode 5, it's, like, that situation where they finally win their first challenge. So, like, also it plays into her arc, so, like, you're going to have to include that. And again, the merge episode is always an important episode for the winner, so it's like you also have to show her there. So, like, I think it makes sense why she is overexposed. Better version than Carolyn? I mean, I don't think she's like Carolyn at all, is she? Like, what are the comparisons between her and Carolyn? Like, obviously, like, radically different characters. I think edit-wise also very different, where, again, I think she's more of the Jam Jam. Edit-wise. Yeah, I don't really even see much of the comparison. I think production is sexist due to how under-edited female winners are. Depends on what you consider. Like, I think, like, there obviously is, like, gender bias, for sure. Where, I don't know what their current editing team looks like, but I can assure you that before diversity mandate and everything, that 100%. Oh, fuck, I hit the wrong button. A lot of the editors were men, which I know was like a known thing, to where yeah, I think there definitely is implicit bias there, along with the fact that, like, also, like, because, like, at the end of the day, like, the editors aren't the end all be all. Like, they can only do things as much as producers allow them to. Like, the producers are the people that make the final calls on, like, every little thing. Like, while the editors are the people that, like, can put these, like, scenes together, producers are the ones that, like, make the final call on if this actually makes the show or not. So it's like, obviously producers also play a major factor into that. But yeah, 100% there's implicit bias in that. I think less so now than what there used to be. Where, like, now, like, modern Survivor, like while there are again examples like Maria and Liz who are underedited, I think they are making active strides to make things more balanced. Again, like Kenzie and Tiffany were like the top two confessional getters for a lot of the early season. It really wasn't until Q became Q that he now has popped and became the top confessional getter. Looking at 45, Emily was very high on the confessional count for a lot of it. Carolyn was like the main character of 44, even though I believe James Jam was top confessional count the entire time, but still Carolyn was very high there. Like it's still like we're still getting like a lot of like big female characters more recently, but yeah, obviously that bias is definitely there. Is Bailey actually the front runner in BB Can 12? Yes, by a lot. Where again, if I'm doing like win equity, I would say Bailey probably has like 70% at this point. I would say Anthony probably has like 20. Lexus probably has like 9. Todd has like 1. I think it's probably how I would break it down. More high on Kenzie after substance than you were previously. I think her facing setbacks overall better first round. Yeah, I think that's also a factor of it. It's like, again, her overall arc is a lot about her facing adversity and her being the underdog. And it's like her not getting her way, I don't think is necessarily the worst thing in the world. I don't think it's great. Like, I don't think this is a good episode for her. But I don't think it's a bad episode yet. I think it's, like, tough to really distinguish, like, if it is good or bad yet. But it's not, like, enough to, like, detract her from being a potential winner or anything. Where I believe I did see on the edge of community, yeah, like, people were, like, down on Kenzie there. Where it's like, you know, I don't think this is enough. Yeah, like Venus explicitly, again, and this is the thing at the merge, like this was like such a big thing for me. It's like Venus literally says that an underdog is going to win, and then we proceed to cut to Kenzie at the reward talking about how we're the underdogs. Do I think Tiffany's likely for 50? I think she is very, very possible. Not a lock, but very possible. I think 50 is going to be tough though. Again, 50 is going to be brutal. And I talked about this in the video that's coming out tomorrow, but like, I think it might be one of the most cutthroat, like, all-star castings ever. Like, there's just so many people that I think you would think would make it on that just simply are not going to make it on. And I think there might be some really bizarre casting choices for 50. He was a wackadoodle and underdog at this point, but the story isn't portraying him as an underdog, though. Like, the story, like we've literally had Kenzie explicitly say that she is the underdog. But it's more so, like, it's not because the thing is, like, Q is an underdog. Like, he is the underdog right now. Like, he is in a position where he is actually the underdog. The thing is, with Kenzie, they're artificially making her the underdog. They're going out of their way to make Kenzie the underdog in the story. Like, this is the story of the season. That is what the season is. Like, it's all about the edit. It's not the reality. Like, Q is, in reality, the underdog, but he's not, in the edit, the underdog. He's simply the underdog in the show because he has to be, because he is. Not Kenzie, where Kenzie isn't really an underdog, but the edit is showing her as the underdog. I don't think Carolyn Rivera's on 50. I don't either, at this point. Sarah Wade being on Angelina's spot would be so funny. But also, I will say, like, something I didn't mention in the video, I think the adversity mandate's going to play a major factor, though. Oh, 100%. I think it is. That is what it is. I think you just don't want a Kenzie win. But again, Kenzie's probably winning, though. But yeah, I think diversity mandate might play a major factor with this because, again, when like looking at like the people who I think are locks, a lot of them are white. Where, again, I think it'll be interesting to see who ends up making the cut. Where again, like when I'm thinking of like people who I think are like locks. Again, not fully locks, but like I mean, like fully locks are like Carolyn, Emily, if she wants it, Jonathan, Rick Devens, Christian. Like all those people are white, so it's like there's not going to be many spots for like other white people essentially. Do 25% POC count for diversity? Like, I think it depends. Probably, like, I would lean no, but like it depends. I think on who you're talking about. I think I think it like Angelina is Hispanic, right? I think she'll count. Like, I think if like Gabby was on the cast, I think she would count. Like, she's half white, half Filipino. I think they would count her. I was thinking about this actually recently. I don't think I've heard him talk about Jonathan since 44. So like maybe there is a world where Jonathan isn't a lock anymore. I think that Natalie Bolton would. Basically, she's also half and half. I think when you're getting to like 25%, I think it's like, maybe not. I think you go 5 for 5 more picks for BB26. Probably not. And if I do, obviously completely lucking into it. I don't believe Natalie is 25. I believe her mom is Japanese or something, isn't it? Like full-blown Japanese? Isn't it something like that? Let's see. Anyway, I've been including Natalie Bolton as POC. Oh, I guess she's Chinese, not Japanese. Oh, is she? Or no. She's sort of a missionary in China. Never mind. Either way. I always considered Natalie Bolton POC at least. Jay, I've been including Jay. I'm not fully sure though. I've said this for a while. I don't think anyone from 41 is gonna make it. Twitter so sure Shan's a lock. I disagree. I would love to be wrong, straight up. I would like Shan to play again, but I don't think she's gonna make it, especially considering how competitive this field is. Wait, that's what we're talking about. Jay Starrett, right? Again, he is Hispanic, so like he should count, right? I think So Kim will get a call for 50, probably. Will she make it on? Don't know, but will she get a call? Probably. First back. I mean, I mentioned this in the video. I think probably like Cambodia is probably the first back. I think we'll see. I'm expecting this to be very much like Game Changers. Where with Game Changers, the first back person we saw there was Heroes and Villains. I think this might be a similar situation of like, I think like maybe Cambodia. I thought about it a bit more. I was like, could it be someone since like Karamoan maybe? But even then, like I don't know. Like, is there a newbie between 27 and 30 that's really gonna be showing up here? I don't think so, right? It's like I think Cambodia is probably a better benchmark. Reynolds not playing again. Kind of crazy because 41 cast is better than 42, 43, 4. That's not the way to look at it though. I think 41 and 43 you could debate, but I think with 43 they have these like big names in Jesse, Cody, Carla. Where with 41, I don't think they look at it that way. Where 41, I think their big name is Shan, and Shan is like not their favorite person anymore, from what I understand. So again, I think the person that has the best chances is Xander, but probably not. As of right now, I think Carla is a lock. But again, we have 3 more seasons. No, okay, this is actually a thing. So I mentioned this in this is actually a main talking point about the video. This is literally like the last like I don't know, last third of the video. I think I've convinced myself that I think they're gonna do Ghost Island with 50. as in the Survivor 30 Ghost Island. I think this is I think this might happen, which I don't want to happen because I think it's a terrible twist. But I think I've convinced myself that I think they are going to do it. Where if you don't know what it is, like I don't think it'll be 30 people. I think what I talked about in the video. I think it'll be 24. I think it'll be 6. I think it'll be 4 tribes of 6. Losing tribe goes to Edge. Other 3 are actually in the game, obviously. Yeah. So again, this is if you don't know what it is, actually, do I still have the link? It's gonna be in the description of the video. It comes out tomorrow. But actually, I could probably. But okay, here it is. Here's the link to the Inside Survivor article talking about it. But it's essentially, so the original plan for 30 was that it was going to be a returnee season with 30 people, 3 tribes of 10, where they were going to compete in an initial challenge. Losing tribe automatically goes to Ghost Island, which is essentially Edge of Extinction. So like those 10 people would automatically go to Edge of Extinction, while the other 20 would play the game of Survivor. And then obviously people would come back at the merge. A person would come back at in the finale. It would be the same thing outside that. There was also like another aspect I didn't talk about in the video because it's irrelevant, but like it's still like I think this part of it is kind of interesting. I don't know if I like it or not, but like there's also this other part of the format of like you can also swap players out with people on the Edge. Which like I don't know how this like okay actually let's read it because it's weird. It's like a weird mechanic. It's essentially so it would essentially be like you mid game can just vote someone out of your tribe and then swap them out with someone on the Edge, which that would be ridiculous, but also like a very strange mechanic. Where is it? It's in this document somewhere. But yeah, this document's like really interesting to read now because like, again, this was like this came out before Ghost Island, like these documents. And again, this was the original like concept for Survivor 30. Yeah, you read it and like this is like you could very much see like Edge of Extinction. Like this is the initial concept of Edge of Extinction. And you can kind of read like what they thought Edge of Extinction was going to be and how it would work and like their overall like mentality over it. And I think it's really interesting. Where is it? Where's the swap? Here, if we want in episodes 4 or 5, we can surprise both tribes before the immunity challenge by bringing out the remaining players from Ghost Island and offer them a spur of the moment opportunity to swap out a tribe member. Same rules, man for man, woman for woman, and it must be unanimous. So yeah. So essentially, if they're able to unanimously vote out a player on their tribe, they would be able to swap them out with a player from the Edge. Which would be so weird. But yeah, video will be coming out tomorrow on Survivor 50. Like, technically it probably should have been out today, but I didn't bother making it until, like, it was a last second decision. Essentially, I'm actually starting to stream that. Like, I was listening to the Club Condo podcast from RHP, and they were talking about 50, and like when they were talking about it, I just like it was just in my head. I was like, fuck, I think it would bother me to not make a video on 50 at this point. Which again, it's just gonna be like general speculation. It's not like the cast speculation videos I do where like I run through everyone that I think could be on. Again, I'll do that when we're closer to the actual season starting. But this is more so just talking about theme, format, general approach to casting. It'll be more about that sort of stuff. I believe the rumor Edge Station was created so that Joe can win. No, because we know again, like this, we know that it was created before that. Like Edge Station was an idea that Jeff been wanting to do for a while. It's just like, when were they gonna do it? No, Victoria Bay Monday's not coming back. Yeah, again, like I think I already have it on the schedule actually, cast speculation. The plan is to do it around February or so. February, March. Which yeah, that'll be the full cast speculation video. Which again, it's meant to like line up with when I did the 40 cast speculation video. So yeah, I'll do that one. Obviously when the cast gets officially revealed, I'll do a cast reaction. If there's any other like updates, I might potentially do videos like I did back when 40 was happening, where like I would just randomly do a video on the tribe divisions, or like a video on what else do we? I think like when we learned about like the edge and like fire tokens and stuff, I did a video. Like maybe I'll do stuff like that. I don't know. Make a Dreamcast for 50. I could like I'm doing casting videos later this year anyway for like doing updated Legends video, doing updated Second Chance video. And I think also here's Villains, didn't I? I think I prepped that one also. Which those will essentially be under the context of this being potentially 50. But obviously, yeah, it wouldn't be my Dreamcast. So I guess like that would be its own separate video. But to be honest, I don't know what my Dreamcast really like. My Dreamcast is like not that dissimilar from like what we're probably gonna get somewhat close to. Because I think my Dreamcast would essentially just be like a lot of these like bigger recent names finally getting a second chance. Shane, I mean, like, again, it would be cool to see, like, Shane back and, like, some of these other, like, older school players. I don't even know if that would be my dream cast for this season, though. Where I think for this specific season, I want it to be, like, the people that haven't had the chance to come back. I think Bruce is returning. Probably not, but not impossible. I think with I'll definitely do those videos for 50. Like the cast speculation, cast reaction, maybe even a cast assessment. And then obviously I'll do the preseason power ranking when the season's literally about to air. If I do any other ones, it'll come down to how much we learn along the way. Gonna air, it'll be 2 years from now. It'll film about a year from now. But it's gonna air about 2 years from now. Like, it'll be airing in this time 2 years from now. Which actually, like, will be nearing the end of 50 2 years from now. Exact. Yeah, Q1 2026. It's where it'll be filming essentially Q2 2025. Q mentioned, yeah. I mean, Q will probably be on it, so. Another indie game called Lake. Oh, I know. I have a physical copy of that game. Never played it, but I have it. I want to play it. I hear it's good. The production like Bruce, yeah. Jeff explicitly said on Fire Podcast that they would bring Bruce back. Because again, this was part of like his discussion about villains, where like he talked about how like Russell Hance is the type of villain we would never want to see on Survivor again. Yeah, Bruce, like we would have Bruce back many times or whatever. So yeah, I think they like Bruce. I don't know if it's enough to get him on 50 though. Considering I think there's just so many people to potentially cast. Can I not get through this? No, that doesn't do anything. Cool. But again, he's definitely going to be called. Definitely going to be in contention. I think Danny and Angie got screwed over today, seemingly. Yeah. I was like half watching the actual episode. I'm going to have to rewatch it anyway. But yeah, it did seem like BS. That like they essentially like couldn't move on because production couldn't keep up with them, essentially, right? Is there DLC for it? I didn't even know there was DLC for it. Okay, what's the game want me to do right now? No, Rocket, wrong button. Oh, okay, cool. I guess that works now. Cool. It was 100% production's fault for taking the wrong turn. That being the reason. Yeah. Which, again, if that is the, like... it just seems like a dumb rule, right? That you need to have, like production following you. It's like, well, production should be, like, making sure that they're following them. Like, that'd be like as if on Survivor, it's like... It's a rule. Actually, too fair. I think it is a rule, technically, isn't it? That you're not supposed to have conversations off camera. But still, it's still a dumb rule. It's still, like, dumb. It's like you should be, like... It should be on production to make sure that everything is on camera. Did production rig the Stacy boot? Probably, yeah. I do think that's probably true. Not fully rig it as in, like, they literally went to Sean and Dirk and said, hey, you better vote out Stacy. But more so in the sense that I think they did go to them and say, hey, wouldn't it be good if Rudy stayed? Chance Earl Cole and Todd are on 50. Todd, 0. Earl, 10. Like, at least a chance. Not a great chance. But it's at least possible. I don't think we'll get many, like, players from that far back. Because, again, Jeff did say, obviously, oh, there will be players from the old era, but, like, what he means by that is Rick Devens. And, like, Christian. I don't think he means Earl Cole. Earl Cole or Q? Q. Again, like, production is very much into the recency bias when it comes to picking returnees. Where outside something like Second Chance, where they made this, like, deliberate effort to try to, like, spread it out throughout Survivor history. Again, this is just going to be a cast that, like, they pre-cast, obviously, which it is going to be. 100% it's going to be very favored towards recent seasons. Who fucking knows who Earl Cole is? I mean, he got mentioned in 43, right? Where James mentioned that his, like, first Survivor memory is watching Earl Cole win Fiji. Would I make a what if Stacy survived? No. I feel like that's more of, like, I don't know, like a maybe pretty. I don't know. I would make that video actually, but I don't feel like that's, like, my type of video to do like that. Like, it just on that one specific scenario. It's too very, like, how do you predict that? Like, that just so radically changes the game. Cool. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, what? Why are there fucking giants now? What? Okay, that's kind of stupid. Alright, well, I'm kind of fucked here. But, yeah, again, like, I think, like, New Era will probably be, like, at least 2/3 of 50. Dude, fuck off. Like, I think most of the older school era, that, like, people that you would expect to see, again, are going to be people in the late 30s. Some of the bigger names there. I think, like, again, Suri, Malcolm, I think of, like, the legends of the game, I think they're probably the most likely. Again, I don't think we're going to be seeing, like, Boss Rob, Tony, Parvati, Sandra. Though again, not completely impossible, though. Especially for like Boss Rob and Sandra, I would say. Like Tony, I fully don't. Okay, what the fuck? That did so much damage. Yeah, like Tony, I fully don't expect to see at all. Like Parvati, I don't think wants to play again. Boss Rob again seems more open, but and especially if the season has Edge of Extinction, which it will. I think there's at least more of a chance, but don't though. I don't want to see it personally. Like I like Boss Rob more than most people, but I do not need to see Boss Rob on 50. I'm good. Like we've seen enough of him on reality TV recently. Why I think strongly it's going to have Edge? Because Jeff explicitly said, like, a year ago, that if we do a returning season, it will have Edge of Extinction. And Jeff has always said that he loves Edge of Extinction on returning seasons. We're watching Redemption Island. So much fun to pre-merge. Yeah. Ta-da. But yeah, again, like Jeff is like, okay, cool. Which is also why, like again, the entire concept of like him trying to say that, like, oh, wait, we just made the decision now. It's like, no, you fucking didn't. Like, this is obviously something you've been planning for a while. Now again, not like concretely, obviously. It's not like they're like have Survivor 50 fully set up to where like they know exactly what they're doing, but like 100%, like they've known for a while that 50 is going to be returning players. 100% CBS has gone to them and said, hey, 50 is going to be returning players. Okay, this is such a dumb fight. Jeff is a deceptive lying bitch. I mean, is he? Because, technically he said exactly what was going to happen from very, like, like, this is literally exactly what he said was going to happen. Boss Rob is making a season better when he's a pre-merge boot. I guess. People are going to piss when Edge is on 50. I mean, that's why I'm warning people now. It's gotta happen. Oh my god, dude. Can this, like, fight be over with? Don't feel like Edge makes much sense because it's pretty much the same food conditions as the base game. I mean, like, nowadays, actually, yeah, actually, this is gonna be kind of interesting, actually, how they change up Edge for New Era. Because, yeah, I mean, like, now, it's like, it is fully just the same, right? Also, that's part of why I do think they're actually gonna do the Ghost Island thing, is because it perfectly fits into the New Era. Like, this is... Okay, fuck off, dude. This fight sucks. But like this entire thing of like needing to earn everything, it's like this like perfectly fits into that. This is you having to earn your place in the game. Like it literally, the original document for like the concept of the twist specifically says that you have to earn your right to compete in the game. Like that's like perfectly fits into what Jeff like talks about what the New Era is all about. That you have to earn everything. I'm about to die. That is nothing. Can you eat these? No, right? Cool. Yeah, I'm probably about to die. Fuck. I think 100% there will be no man in the final three. Yeah, probably not 100%, but like I think it's very likely. Everyone lives like Liz, I guess so. Literally no one can win from Edge again except maybe Boston Rob. Like, maybe? I mean, I think it depends on who the cast is. Or, like, I don't think people care that much about the reaction to Chris Underwood winning. Especially because I think that reaction's a lot better now. Like, I think, like, Chris Underwood has, like, a better reception nowadays. Where he is a game changer, for whatever that's worth. Wait, this way? Oh wait, this is this far back? Oh, well that's really fucking annoying. Was anyone, like, someone else started last time we had a same-sex Final 3? I have never fucking thought about that, but if it is, that's kind of insane. Yeah, is that the case? Yeah, I mean, probably is, right? You know what? I would be so bad. Well, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I could not tell you last time I had Applebee's. I think it was literally like, I don't know. I think I was in college. Which, for me, is a while ago at this point. There are 4 seasons with all women Final 3s. And then, oh guys, it's only... Well, the Final 3, I believe it's only Nicaragua, right? Okay, that's dumb. I got that damaged. I forgot that was a thing. That skill. Well, yeah, I was talking about Final 3. Actually, is there not a Final 2 that's all guys outside that? Wow, there really... Actually, is there not? Holy shit, I never actually thought about this. Oh, no, wait, you got Kageyama. And, oh, yeah, you got Tokuchins. Duh. So, never mind. Yeah. But, wait, I actually died? Oh, fuck off, dude. Should I just give up on this game? I really do. I don't fucking care. Like, this game is taking way too long. I did not think this game would take this long. Like, this is what? Like, this is, what? Part 6? Of this? Actually, I want to look this up real quick. No. Pause, please. Like, what percentage am I? 71%. I'm towards the end, kind of. Play Bugsnax? I wouldn't be opposed to it. I do own it. I never played it. I do want to play it. It would be funny. Why not care about doing challenge season 2 retrospective? I'm still doing Total Drama action because I think there's more funny, like Total Drama action. Like, there's still stuff to talk about. Where, like, I feel like challenge season 2, it's like I just don't care. There's nothing for me to say that I feel like is that important. Which I guess, to be fair, is there anything important to say about Total Drama action? But like, I at least find humor in talking about it. Yeah, I hear Bugsnax is pretty good. Have I played any of the Fall games? I finished 4. I've played 3, but never finished it. I haven't played any of the other ones. Even though I do own New Vegas in multiple iterations. Like, I own the PS3 version, I also own it on Xbox. But I've just never actually played it for myself. Watch Challengers, the movie? Which one is Challengers? I know it's like a somewhat recent movie, right? Who's in that one again? Oh, that's the Zendaya one. Okay, yeah. Either way, no, obviously, but I know of it. Particularly that one shot. But yeah, I mean Zendaya exists. I don't really like. I don't think I've watched her in literally anything but Spider-Man. Yeah, I saw good reviews. Yeah, I'm not a big movie guy anymore. I don't even remember what the last movie I watched is. I mean, I haven't watched any episodes since I talked about Deborah being the Edgic frontrunner, so yeah. Actually, what is the last movie I've watched? I don't even know. I was thinking about watching, like, Jerry Seinfeld's, like, has a new movie coming on Netflix about the creation of the Pop-Tart. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll watch that. I don't know. Yeah, I used to love Seinfeld when I was a kid. You know, I see he's getting himself into some trouble with stuff. Was it Parasite? No, I've watched something since Parasite, I think. Yeah, I must have. Because Parasite was like, what, end of last year? I've definitely watched stuff this year. Actually, wait. I'll check my IMDb account. Yeah, like what was the last movie I rated there? Oh, I watched Oppenheimer. Is that really the last movie though? That was in February. Has it really been that long? Yeah, I watched it February 17th. That was the last movie I watched. That's what, 2.5 months ago? Yeah, then what? Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning Part 1. Those are literally the only 2 movies I've watched all year. I watched Gran Turismo on December 23rd of last year. I watched Super Mario movie December 11th. I watched Blue Beetle on November 18th. Yeah, I watched Parasite September 5th, so that was a ways back now. That was like 8 movies ago. Yeah, I hear really good things about Fallout New Vegas. Yeah, it's one of these games that, like, in an ideal world, I would play. I just haven't, like, found the time to do so. Getting back to me talking about the Pop-Tart creation, yeah, obviously. Just a thing I do. I obviously talk about Pop-Tarts all the time. Obviously a food I eat very often, aka I haven't had it since I was a kid. Ray absolutely hates this season. Jordan, really? They hate this season? I don't know how they hate this season. I can understand them hating Jordan. That makes sense. But still, that's pretty insane. Watch, what is that? Or is that like a series of movies? Or is that one movie and that's its only title? Because that's insane. Reckon says they're on track to be. Yeah, I've noticed that. Like how they have that insane of a record. Where I believe it's what 5 wins, 3 second places, right? And we're at the final 5, right? So it's like worst. Actually, let me see this. What is the worst they can actually get right now? Yeah, right now they have a 1.38. See, the worst they can even possibly do at this point is a 2.09. Which... what is that? So... 2.09 would be tied with Kim and Penn. Like, literally the worst they could possibly do is tie Kim and Penn. And if they get the worst they could do but still win, like if they get 5th next, 4th after that, then win the final leg, that would still be 3rd best of all time in the US. Only behind Eric and Jeremy and Dave and Rachel and Dave. So yeah, I mean, they have an insane record. I don't know how to properly rank them though, because I think they are someone that, like, I do think this season has been very stale. And it just feels like we're having, like, pretty much the same leg over and over and over again. Like, similar, like, skills being tested. And, like, because I think it's, like, kind of tough. Okay, what the fuck? I think it is kind of tough to, like, gauge, like, their overall, like, skill level. But it's obviously an insane record, though. Okay, cool. I definitely meant to do... Okay, look at the frame rate. Cool. Kim Penn really high? Yeah, I mean, Kim Penn won a lot of legs. Okay, cool. Fuck off, game. Just by a cast spell, you don't expect that? Yeah, me neither. I mean, I expect them to do well coming into the season, but yeah, I didn't expect them to be this, like, super dominant team. Where I thought, like, Rod and Letitia would be that. So I picked them as my winner pick. Okay, is this the fight again that we died at last time? It's still not somehow. Fuck me, dude. Fuck this game. Actually, I guess I should just save, right? Because you can do manual saves, right? Wait. Oh, you can't? Well, fuck off. Fuck this game. Alright, I think what I'm going to do, if I don't get past this section by the end of stream, I think I'll probably just say fuck it to this game. Because I legitimately could not give a shit about this game at this point. I mean, I initially would have said that, but then, like... But yeah, they have a massive advantage being Spanish speakers, but like almost every team has a Spanish speaker. So it's like, it's not as big of an advantage, as I initially thought. But, I do think that the entire race is in like Spanish speaking countries, all countries that have like kind of similar, geography and everything. I think that might be something that's more beneficial to them. Oh, this is what you're supposed to do. Okay, that's why I was having difficulty. Because like you're supposed to be hitting with a cannon instead of like fighting them one-on-one. Is Anthony a fake-ass little bitch? I mean, supposedly. At least one Shannon still good? Yeah. It's also pretty insane, like, how, like, they've been in these situations where, like, and really also, like, Amber and Vinny, same thing. They've been in these situations where, like, they've been, like, really far behind, and they get to, like, a detour, and they just, like, fucking pass, like, a billion teams. Okay, yeah, this makes it so much easier. What the fuck? I mean, again, would not be shocked if Anthony gets second at this point. Would make a lot of sense. Alright, I guess we leave. Alright, I guess I'll fucking still try to finish the game if I'm gonna get through this section, but still, it's like... It would be, like, it would be annoying if I did drop the game, because I'm over 70% of the way through, but still, it's like, I don't care about this game at all. So I have more of Victoria Anthony on the feud. Anthony. He's fucking right. Like, I mean, like, it's not even a question that, like, Victoria was throwing him under the bus. Is that gonna win fan favorite? Yes. Sadly. Oh, okay, cool. That's definitely a thing. Gotta love Yakuza games that have fucking spikes hit you for, like, no fucking reason. Oh, is that how? Okay, I mean, oh, wait, is it not? Okay, I don't get how those work, but it's fine. Pay attention to my surroundings? But that's too much work. How dare they want me to pay attention in a video game? I'm supposed to be able to not pay attention. That's the point of video games, is to not pay attention to them. Obviously. I hope Ricker stays there to lose, because it's going to be so boring. I agree. I don't really care if they win or not, but, like, they are boring, though. Like, really, of the teams that are still left, like, who's the most entertaining team? It's probably, what, Amber and Vinny? Yeah, if I'm ranking the, like, remaining teams on, like, entertainment, it's, like, what, Amber and Vinny 1, by a lot, I think. Then I think it's probably, like, Rod and Letitia 2, then Juan and Shane, I guess, then Ricky and Scissor, or maybe even Ricky and Scissor above Juan and Shane. That's, like, whatever. And then, like, Yvonne and Melissa exist. I do feel like this season is, like, to me, is, like, kind of the epitome of, like, mostly likable cast, but also not that interesting of a cast. Do not find unpacking zen? Well, maybe you're just not a good, unpacker, then. Okay, wow, this is a fucking... Okay, cool. Maybe you need to get better at unpacking. About the team losing their crew thing? I mean, a team lost their crew and, like, dropped from, like, 2nd place to 5th place because of it. I think Vic would never vote for Anthony after this fight. I don't know. Probably not. I don't know, though, because, again, like, Victoria is someone that is, like, very much, like... Up to this point, had been talking about how, like... Oh, we have to make the alumni proud and that bullshit. So we're, like... Again, before the fight, I would have said that, okay, I think she's going to vote for Anthony, but just, like, not actually want him to win and probably campaign against him. But, like, now where they had the fight and everything, I don't even know if she does that. Do they 26 count of returnees? Not really. I don't. Okay, could it? Yeah. But, like, do I think it will? No, I don't. If it does, it'll be, like, just a couple. But I don't think it will. I think they don't really want to have returnees that much. What is this? Cool. Can't sleep this early. For all-nighter. I'm sure that's gonna be fun. Yeah, stay up all night and then go to work in the morning. That sounds miserable. Oh my god, we're at 3 o'clock? Holy shit. Alright, well that's kind of annoying. Still probably gonna have to finish the section though. He's probably not gonna let me save, right? I would be fine with that too, if Reindeer Games becomes this, like, annual tradition. I doubt it. I don't think it will, but I would like that. Imagine it gets to the point where, like, I make a Reindeer Games player ranking. Imagine Nicole Franzel is the best Reindeer game player of all time. Coming in last, probably. Did anyone end up doing a reindeer game player ranking? Like, is that something Gumball did? Because I know Gumball does like Amazing Race team rankings and like circle player rankings and that sort of thing. Did he end up doing reindeer games? He did. Okay, yeah, cool. Anthony did swear until he went vote him out and then proceeded to vote him out. Yeah. Actually, like, if you're Anthony, why not just tell Tola you're going to vote him out at that point? What difference does it make, right? Like, why pretend to Tola that you're not going to vote him out? Alright, is this the final fight of the section? Hopefully it is. Can this be over with? But again, I'm still going to do Last of Us Run after this. Which is why in ideal world, I'd be able to stop right now. But, whatever. Tola says, wait, such a good player, you can't give him the heads up, obviously. Yeah, what would Tola do? Tola would sink your entire game. Imagine Tola got Anthony out of the game. Imagine that's the person to take Anthony down. Alright, level. It's kind of funny how the 50 video is already like one of the most viewed member only videos after only like what, like, I guess it has almost been 12 hours now. I think I got uploaded around 4 or so, right? I think Anthony ruined his jury chance even against Todd. Todd would get some votes. I think Todd would get votes. Maybe. But again, I think it fully just comes down to like more so like an overview. Like it's not like, I think at that point it's not really like individual members. It's more so like how is the jury as a whole looking at Anthony. I think the interesting thing is that it does seem like Elijah is like rooting for Todd in the jury house. Where like, does that mean that like Elijah would vote for Todd over Anthony? Even though I think Elijah's someone that like wants to respect the game, like, again, is he like now somehow thinking that Todd's playing a better game? Even though Tola is, well, you need to be watching BB Can. How dare you not watch BB Can and watch Tola be the great player that he is? But I think like in retrospect, Tola being an alternate 100% makes sense. I think that's about right, that he was the alternate. I guess which Survivor YouTuber said this about me? After Winners at War, if Sandra won Winners at War, she'd be all-time #1. I would have her at number 10. Which YouTuber? Oh, which YouTuber cared enough to talk about it? Like, so this is after Winners. It's probably like Once Upon an Island, right, or something. Like, if we're talking about like after Winners at War, it's like how many of them? Like, how many YouTubers were there? It's what like Peridium idled out Once Upon an Island. So yeah, I would assume Once Upon an Island. That sounds about right. Sandra won Winners at War. I mean, like, it would have to come down to how she won Winners at War. But I think at that point, then, yeah, she would have to be top 10 for sure, right? But if she like did the same thing again, like if it was literally just another like here's villains run, I'll be like, fuck me, dude. It's like, how am I supposed to rank this? Just watched Monkey Man. It's badass. Well, it's good. I hear it's a good movie. And will I watch it? Don't know. But I wouldn't be opposed to it. Yeah, imagine. Yeah, imagine that's how Sandra wins. She comes back from the edge, and then does the Chris Underwood. Imagine Sandra as Chris Underwood. Yeah, Sandra finally wins a challenge. Love the Vic breaking the glass. Like funny character moment. Also, really funny her cleaning up the glass. I think that was the funnier thing. Which 100% was like production coming to her and saying, hey, you gotta clean this up. Oh, fuck off, game. I just realized I never upgrade skills. But well, I guess at this point, I just realized I never did that. Can't be Sandra? Yeah, good fire maker, Sandra. Yeah, imagine Sandra beating Tony in fire making. How fucking depressing would that be? Yeah, like Sandra wins final immunity, gives up the necklace to take on Tony in fire, wins fire making, and then like demolishes Michelle and Sarah at the end. Which one do I want to use? I think I'll use these. See, someone once survived by winning out and never strategized. Where would they rank? So, like, Joe in... Oh, one survivor twice. Okay, so we're saying just, like, as a player and everything? I don't know. Like, where would Joe land? Like, I don't even know how you rank that, is the thing. To me, it's like winning 2 seasons, like, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't matter that much if those wins aren't that impressive. So considering like how luck dependent like Survivor is, it's like winning 2 times, if they're both shit wins, is not really like that much better than like having 2 really good non-winning games. Can this please be over with? Like, can this guy fucking die, please? Oh, fuck off. Sandra's the only person who ever outplayed Tony. I mean, technically, like, Troyzan outplayed Tony, I guess. And Haley. And fucking... Who else was in that group? Michaela. Technically, they outplayed Tony. And technically, I feel like Troyzan probably did it better considering it was actually in Troyzan's best interest to take out Tony. There we go. Where, like, for Sandra, I don't even think it was in Sandra's best interest to go for Tony. Do wins add up? Like Sandra's 2 wins equal a good rating? I mean... I don't know, not really, not for me. Like, at least it's not like that, like, solid of an equation. Does Ben lose against literally everybody in Winners at War? Probably, yeah. He gets votes, though, in a decent amount of situations. But yeah, I think it's a struggle for him to win. Remember when Elizabeth risked her vote in fire making Boss Rob? Yeah. What an icon. My favorite Survivor player, Elizabeth Beazle. I can't wait to see her on Survivor 50. Imagine Jack going on Survivor 50. Imagine there's a world where that happens. Elaine is not that unrealistic, though. Like, Elaine's definitely possible. I would say that I think there's bigger locks from that era, but I think Elaine's definitely possible. Like, we're talking about 39. I think Elaine's possible. I think Lauren is possible. Like, a slight chance of Janet. And that's probably about it. I think everyone else is probably not that high on the radars anymore. Like, I think if this was at the time, I would say, like, Jamal would have been consideration, but I think that's probably too far gone. I think Nora is probably also too far gone. I think Dean is also probably too far gone. Even Janet, I think it's probably too far gone. But I think Elaine is someone that they're still thinking about, and I think Lauren is someone that I could see them think about as well. Or Bailey, and again, if she wins, I think at least top 10. If she doesn't win, then like I don't know, like closer to probably where like Cassandra is, probably better though. Maybe not though, actually. Is she better than Cassandra? Didn't Gamer say that? Or who said that? Someone said that. I remember I saw that tweet. Yeah, someone said it should be half fraternities with half challenge bets, which is like, fuck off. Which I assumed that was a joke, but Selection probably top 10 worst to make the jury. I haven't thought about it, but he's not good. I assume he would at least be close. I literally like log into the Twitter for a second, and I instantly see Liz posted a picture of her in front of an Applebee's. There we go. What an icon. Oh, and I also see Billy Garcia's eating at Applebee's. Why do I have... Okay, I don't even follow Billy Garcia. By the way, I love how like Ty is on... But Ty from BB Can 11 is on Twitter, and he only has 112 followers. Like, literally the winner of last season of BB Can only has 112 followers on Twitter. Like, I have more followers, right? Yeah, I have more followers on an account that I don't even, like, use, than the winner of BB Can 12, or BB Can 11. Does Anthony suck at jury management? Kinda, yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know if that's, a proper assessment. I don't know. He's definitely not... I don't think he handled V well at all. And his goodbye messages as a whole have been questionable. But I mean, I guess if we're like, yeah, if we're saying just specifically jury management, I would say yeah. I would say he's not that good. Oh, did he just start his account? Okay, I guess that makes a bit more sense. See, that's not the account that they gave him, because that would be even funnier. They do that anymore, actually, now I think about it. I don't think they do that anymore, do they? Because they used to, for BB Can, they used to, like, give them accounts to use. And it would, like, pass them over to them after the season. I don't think they do that anymore, do they? I don't think I saw any for this season. I don't know if they did it for last season's. Big CBS fan, but I understand the frustration MTV fans have. Yeah, I get it too. And I personally don't mind it because obviously, yeah, I like seeing things like Challenge USA, and I would be opposed to seeing more Survivor, Big Brother players on the challenge. But again, like, Yeah, I can get how that's very frustrating for MTV people. And especially like when we're getting the All Stars, I think that's completely ridiculous that we're doing All Stars with people that weren't MTV people. What if alternates of our All Stars fans are favorites? I don't think there's a point. Again, it's just not a big enough video. There's not really a point in making it. I think there's better like other concepts to do that would get more views. Where even the recasting Australians for All Stars ones that like I don't know why I made that in retrospect. It is kind of a waste of a video. Like it fills out the schedule, but it's like also one that like it's not even like a slot that I needed. Like Wednesday videos, again, I have too many Wednesday videos I would personally like to make. Like my like thing is I need more like Saturday videos. Or like that's not good enough to be a Saturday video. But like again, when it comes to Wednesday videos, like I already have too many of them. That's why I was in the back burner for so long, because it was just like a video that like just isn't gonna perform particularly well. Like what was that? It's like a little bit over 2,000 views, right? Is that what I did? Which again is better than like obviously my Watch Dogs video. But it's not really a video that I'm like dying, like those sort of recasted videos are not videos I'm like dying to like go out of my way to make. I thought the supposed to be calling Anthony Trasher Victor speech. That was fun. Do I agree with her? No, but like it's a fun moment though. If Casey wasn't BB22, I bet her challenge career would be dead now. What would she have missed? She would have missed double agents, right? Which yeah, I mean that means like would she even be called back for Spies, Lies, and Allies? Probably still though, but I don't know. It just seems like for some reason casting people love Casey, and I don't fucking get it, but they just do. Or at least with Josh, I get it. I get why they like Josh, but I don't fucking get why they like Casey. It doesn't make sense to me. My sister's too with your mom. She hates David. It's to a point where she's happy he got voted out. Well, I mean, yeah, she'll never see him again. By the way, I am interested in seeing Lisa Lauren's reactions to people like David and George. But it's so funny how like she literally I haven't watched much of her 2016 watch through, but like I just like randomly popped into her stream and she just like out of the blue said that Australian Survivor they're not gonna have villains like Survivor US. It's like, I mean, sure, yeah. Yeah, how is she like? I mean, is anyone watching her streams? But like, I wonder how she's liking 2016. Because 2016 is a bit of a weird season. And to be fair, it's good at the beginning, but it gets pretty shit. Yeah, I know she doesn't like Dez. That's the one thing I saw too. I would assume she likes Brooke. Like, I assume she's gonna like Brooke and Flick, is what I would guess. I also saw, I saw, like, the very beginning. Like, I saw a part where, like, she saw, like, Lee's opening confessional, and then just, like, went on this rabbit hole of looking up how cricket works. So that was something. Yeah, I think today... So she's been watching 2 episodes a day, I believe. So, like, today she probably watched the Connor... like, the Connor-Nick double boot episode. Which is also her first non-elim then, right? Which that'll also be a thing. But I think that'll be an interesting reaction to see. But yeah, I assume she's not gonna like Christy. Like, knowing her, I feel like she's gonna hate Christy. She's probably gonna hate... who was for 2016, actually? I feel like Lee, she's gonna be whatever on. Elle, she's probably gonna be whatever on. I think she might like Flick. I think she's definitely gonna like Brooke. Oh, she hates old people, right? So yeah, she doesn't like Dez. I doubt she'll like Peter. I doubt she'll like Barry. I doubt she'll like Kylie. I don't know what she's gonna think of Nick. Not gonna like Matt at first. Probably not. I wonder if she's gonna like Luke when we get to for down the road. Like, I wonder if she's gonna like Luke. I wonder if she's gonna like David. I feel like she's gonna like Kaylee. If I were to guess, at least maybe initially. Maybe it'll be like a Will Neff situation where like Will Neff loved Haley at the beginning, and then she started to be a rat, and then then he hated her when she became a rat. So I could see that being a thing. You gotta hate Bride 100%, yeah. Probably love Shawnee, right? Actually, I don't know. Would she like Shawnee? I actually don't know, actually, now that I think about it. I was gonna hate Zach. I would assume. Who else would she like? I feel like she's gonna like Ziggy. I feel like that's someone she's gonna like. She's probably also gonna like Locky. Probably gonna hate AK. Mom thought Shawnee was too bitchy. No, I never got that vibe from Shawnee. I think she's not gonna like Benji. I think she's gonna hate George initially, but maybe grow to like him by the end. Kind of like the Will Neff trajectory. I feel like she's gonna hate Sharn. I feel like she's not gonna like Tarzan. Because again, she doesn't like old people. Wait, how did this... Wait. How did this game not give me an opportunity to end? Okay, this is kind of annoying, actually. It's right fucking 3:16 in the morning. I think she's gonna like the entire... You think she's gonna like them? I think she's gonna hate them. Again, she hates old people. I think she's gonna hate, like, Sharn in particular. I think she's gonna not like Matt either. She's ageist? Yeah, pretty much. Well, the thing is, I think she's gonna hate all of them. By the way, again, watching the very beginning from 45, watch through, it's so fucking funny. She fucking hates everybody. Like, she loves D. She fucking hates everybody else, pretty much. Like, she hates, she hated Kendra right away and Drew right away. Hates Bruce. Hated Emily right away. Which I believe she turned around on eventually. Because I've watched clips of her towards the end. But obviously hated Hannah. Was upset at Sean quitting. Hated... Who else? There was more people. But it's like a list of like 8 people or so. Sifu. She hates Sifu. Which, by the way, rewatching it, I fucking love Sifu. Like, Sifu's such a great character. It's so disappointing that he got, like, so under-edited. Yeah, obviously, that would be a video that gives so many views, obviously. It's Laced Up Lauren's Forever 50 cast. I mean, it'll probably be, like, what, like, Carson, Jonathan... Like, I mean, like, going through the seasons, like, who are her favorites? So, like, 44, her favorite was Carson. And 45, her favorite was D. 43, her favorite was Cody. 42, her favorite was Jonathan. 41, her favorite was Ricard. 40, her favorite was Natalie. 39, her favorite was kind of Janet, right? I think she was fine with Tommy, though, actually. But I think it was Janet. You were unironically happy if Sifu was on 50. I wouldn't mind it. It's not going to happen, but yeah, I wouldn't mind it. 38, she loved Lauren. Hated Rick Devens, by the way. 37, who'd she love 37? Oh, she loved Christian. 36, she loved Wendell. And then hated him on 40. Then, yeah, I didn't watch 35, right? Yeah. So I've only watched 36 on. Who'd she like 35, I wonder, actually? I actually don't even know who she would like there. Like, would she have been a Ben fan by the end? I don't even know. Now, I know she hates Sarah. I think she likes Aubrey, right? Like, I guess I was thinking of Game Changers. Charlie being Fallen Juror makes more sense. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're talking about like him being the Malcolm, and yeah. Wait, why did I not just save? Or it probably wouldn't let me anyway. Should I just not bother doing Last of Us on stream? I might not. Just because, like, yeah, this... Wait, actually, let's see if it lets me save. Oh, it does. Okay, we'll end here, then. Okay. Dude, it's Ray 320, though. It's so fucking late. But either way. Alright, I'm going to transition to The Last of Us. Stream cut out for a second, and we'll be back, obviously. So, see you then.